Not just people on the right, people on the left, people in the middle, anyone. But there are people who don't want to be part of this and who are fighting back. And one of the ways to fight back is to write and sing songs. It's not the song, it is the sing. By itself, the song is not going to stop racism or violence and hatred. We're in a moment now in which violence and racism are back on the rise. Write the song to change the world. I know, everyone would love that. But that's not what it does. Music has no agency. Only people have agency. So, okay, what can that song do? Writing songs and putting them out there into the world is serious business. When you think about a song as a vehicle, and what that vehicle can carry, a song can be a very, very important medium for spreading a message. For example, it can remind institutionalized power where true power lies, that is, with the people. We had our own circumstances and situations when black people screamed and said that this was a problem. White America, like it always does, doesn't pick up on it because they don't care about it, and so it becomes a problem. You scream as loud as you want, but until you break some windows, that's when they say, "Oh, we got to do something about this." It's like American Pie. With the racial and ethnic strife happening under the mayoralty of Ed Koch in the 80s New York City, there were a number of prominent incidents that we all remember and were ignited by. There was a graffiti writer by the name of Michael Stewart who engaged in a confrontation with NYPD and he wound up dead. There was also an incident with a young man named Michael Griffith whose car had engine trouble and had to walk around an Italian-American section of Queens, and they were chased to the point where Michael Griffith ran onto the highway and was hit by a car and killed. I will never forget Michael Griffith! There are so many things that were going on that stoked the tensions of 1980s New York. So Spike Lee gets on his bicycle and rides from his apartment to my apartment. He says, "I have this film script you got to check out. It's called Do the Right Thing. It's about the hottest day in New York City, and all sorts of stuff jumps off. And I need Public Enemy to do a great song for it." Fight the Power was purely on the power of Spike Lee taking Sight and Sound and making it happen. I mean, Fight the Power was already a big hit with the Ozzy Brothers in 1975 as a protest record. It says something to protest and power and how black folks weren't getting ours. Coming up with an anthem for Spike Lee's movie Do the Right Thing in 1989, all I had to do is think back to that song 14 years earlier, how I was hit, and come up with my own interpretation of fighting the power. 3 words that say a lot. Chuck, in his hip-hop kind of way, was trying to reach back and grab that sense of energy that the Isley Brothers had been trying to push back in the 70s, but bringing it up to date for a new generation. For a generation that is facing increased racism, in which it doesn't seem like traditional politics is the answer. It was the 80s, in which everything seemed to be aligned against young people, particularly young people of color. Fight the Power happened to capture through music, lyrics, and rhythm, a deep-seated feeling that needed to be expressed. That's why Public Enemy came out with the songs that we had. We're going to use rap music because we're not into complacent, sorry, sleepy-ass surfing music out of context. Fight the Power means like if there's a foot that's on your shoulder, keeping you from going forward, pushing you back, you got to fight that gravity. I think the song resonates 30 years later because we're in a moment that's not unlike 1989. To hear that song now, it does to us the same thing that it did in 1989. It gets us to think about what we need to do. Across the country, hundreds were arrested in continual protests over police shootings of black citizens. Sadly, the current politics mirror 30, 40 years ago. So is it troubling that we're still addressing many of the same issues in our music that we did in Fight the Power and Do the Right Thing? Yeah, it's troubling, but it's also energizing that we still have art that responds to it. I'm going to end up talking about these things to the day I die because it's a job. The job of an artist is trying to make the roads better for those generations coming out. I came in this world not knowing what the hell was going on. listen and see what I can do about doing my part.
Of course, a song matters and has always mattered. Nina Simone, Pete Seeger, Bob Dylan, Woody Guthrie. They sang about the times they lived in their work. They did so as honestly as possible. They put their values into their work. And I suppose the questions that they pose will always be relevant. The questions of what it means to be a person, what does it mean to be free, and what does it mean to live without shame in this society, those will always be relevant.
This land is your land, and this land is my land. From California to the New York Island, to the Redwood Forest, to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that in the skyway, saw below me that golden valley.
My dad used to say that the job of a folk singer is to disturb the comfortable and to comfort the disturbed. Underlying it is the belief that you can't be afraid to affront some people and you can't be afraid to comfort others. The primary focus of folk music has always been to bring the news of one place to somewhere else and to get people talking about it and thinking about it and laughing about it or crying about it or angry about it or whatever. That's the culture that I grew up in because my father was doing that.
All around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me.
When I first came to America in 1984, I knew who Woody Guthrie was because I'd been a Bob Dylan fan. And I'd read in biographies that Dylan was hugely influenced by Woody. But you couldn't really find Woody's records in the late 70s in England unless you went to a specialist shop. So I'd never really heard his whole catalogue. So coming to the United States of America on tour, being able to find Woody's music and taking that home was quite significant for me. You know, I was trying to find out if music could change the world.
I've seen a lot of speculation about the origins of this land, this here land, trying to say that my father wasn't patriotic and didn't like the song God Bless America. As a matter of fact, the original title for This Land Is Your Land is God Blessed America. So to suggest that he didn't like God Bless America is a little far-fetched. I mean, yeah, you can probably make an argument for it, but you can make an argument for a ham sandwich that, you know.
I was walking, I saw a sunlit, and the sun said, no trespassing, but on the other side, it didn't say nothing. That's all I was getting.
I think my dad's experience is what led him to write the song, that he had actually gone from California to the West Coast to the East Coast. And what he saw inspired him, that the people had an ideal that they would strive for, not just an economic ideal, but a political ideal, that if we all could just work together a little more, we could do amazing things.
Down on the Rio Grande, on the Mexican border, Mexicans mostly do the work.
And yes, we will build the wall. We've already started the plan. Never be turned back. This land was made for
The idea that the world itself was made for everybody not only resonates, but is still controversial.
Southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root, black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees.
Strange fruit is not automatically included in the canon of American protest music because it's not an explicit call to community. It's not a we can do this. It's not this land is made for you and me. It doesn't issue a call to action. Instead, it's an invitation to mourn and to make something of Black oppression in the U.S.
Christ himself was the greatest preacher of segregation. You'll never yet found a blackbird in a bluebird's nest, unless he was there to see the eggs. You mix with your own kind.
Pastoral scene of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth.
In 1930, there is an infamous photograph that circulates of a lynching. 2 Black men were lynched in a town in Indiana, and there is a white Jewish school teacher in the Bronx named Abel Miracle, who's one of many people who sees this photograph. He composes this poetic protest against contemporary lynching.
Then the sudden smell of burning flesh.
The way that Billie Holiday performed Strange Fruit was very understated, but also very dramatic. It was always the last song in her set. They insisted on stopping the cafe service. Everyone would be silent, and they would have just a single spotlight on Billie Holiday, who would just stand still, confronting the audience, and sing these lyrics. She kind of created a space between herself and the song and the audience, and invited people to come in, and to care about this issue and its broader resonances.
For Billie Holiday to be singing Strange Fruit is to say, here's racism. Here's what you have done with a history of slavery to us and our people. What Strange Fruit is an invitation to say, all of you who do not live this pain are invited now to understand what this pain is about.
There is a fruit for the crows to pluck.
Strange Fruit definitely still has relevance today as one of the first songs to speak to the reality of the brutalization of Black people, physical, emotional, psychic, spiritual.
What they represent.
Black people who continue to speak truth to power and perform a kind of resilience in the face of this incredibly brutal experience.
Here is a strange and bitter cry.
I didn't really grow up in a political family. In some ways, I was politicized by the music I was listening to. Early on, when I was 11, 12, 13 years old, I really got into the music of Motown through their compilation albums of hit singles, Smokey Robinson, Four Tops, Supremes, Marvin Gaye. Although Motown was an African-American label, it was a label that saw a white mainstream audience.
Motown Records in Detroit was not known as being the most politically engaged label. On the contrary, Motown owner Berry Gordy tended to want his artists not to speak about or engage with the pressing social issues of the moment, namely the civil rights movement.
空が見えればどこでもつながる。つながる。道間違えたら無限が来る。つながる。この魚食べれる。県外だ。au スターリンクダイレクトでつながる安心を350万人にお届けしました。もっとみんなをつなぐぞ。au
It is humiliating for anybody to say to me that I've got to live in some segregated place because of the color of my skin. And I'm saying to America that we as Negroes are going to live anywhere that we want to live, just like other people.
I have some very sad news for all of you, the people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight.
Dr. King has been assassinated, and the civil rights movement has come to a boiling point in the United States of America. There was a change of tone, and this has been reflected through the mainstream pop music of Motown. There was a song by Edwin Starr called War. Marvin Gaye was singing Abraham, Martin, John. The Temptations were singing Ball of Confusion.
What about racism? That was an era of civil rights movements.
Well, it was very prevalent. I mean, because we encountered quite a bit of it, and so we found it kind of hard to perform. But once we started performing, they listened to us beyond the music that we make.
Yeah.
And it just shows you that music can be used for a far-reaching platform rather than just getting out there doing what we know to do.
The whole turmoil of late 60s America was coming through into the mainstream, spilling into the mainstream music. Not from the outside. This was the mainstream itself expressing the frustration, the struggle, the anger. The fact that the troubles of the civil rights movement had permeated all the way through to me being able to discern something had happened as a 12-year-old in London. Obviously, I knew Dr. King had been murdered. I'd heard about that. But here it was, changing the tone of the music that I loved. Artists couldn't ignore what was happening in their own community. We've all seen it in the civil rights movement in the 1960s. They're fighting back through music, and we still see that today.
There is something about song that sticks to people, sticks with their experience and follows them through generations. What I'm fascinated about song is it as a vehicle for storytelling, as a vehicle for the immortalizing of a human experience and a shared experience of people in that community.
It isn't often a musical group can be credited credited with creating real social change. But that's just what these DJs are doing, honoring their communities within Canada's Indigenous culture and representing them, along with people of all backgrounds, on the dance floor.
Within electronic music, we're taking that next step to really bring home a message, but also it's always about representation. The origin story of Tribe goes back to a club night in Ottawa in 2008. We were all working DJs and decided to come together, throw a party as Indigenous DJs for our community. We had started something that people wanted and that people felt was necessary, a safe, inclusive space within the club environment, within the urban environment for Indigenous people to gather. There was a time when we were allowed to sing any of our traditional songs, many of our political dances. There was a cultural ban in Canada.
The reasons behind the residential school system were simple and sinister: to take children away from their homes, families, and traditions, and to assimilate them into a culture that was not their own.
After that, when people started reclaiming culture, any song became a protest song. By asserting your connection to your culture and your history through music was a protest, because everything was being done to stop that from happening. We were supposed to be annihilated hundreds of years ago. So the fact that we're alive right now and just living and breathing is a political statement in itself. The greatest political acts that we do is just because we're Indigenous dudes DJing on a stage in front of people. What we could do and what we can affect the most as performers is how we're represented, how we're seen, showing ourselves the way that our community looks and acts today. Because if you look back at history, Indigenous people have never had control of their own image. It's always been through the lens of somebody else. Making it okay for people of our community to come out and enjoy themselves and be seen having a good time, we discovered it's very political. The first time that we ever played a show that was predominantly white was the first time we went to Europe. And we very quickly had to figure out what that meant to us. So when we're playing to a non-Indigenous audience, then that's what we're there to do, to show ourselves in the way that we want to be seen. I never want to be the person standing up here saying, you're racist, the way you think is wrong. I want to be able to show people things that then they can go through their own experiences. That begins to be the basis of having a conversation, because we start to see these things through each other's eyes. Especially in a club environment, especially in an environment where people are there to have a good time. You hit them with these messages in the moment. It might feel funny and it might feel light. But at some point, if you let them think about it themselves, that actually creates a real change.
In the space with punk music that is usually dominated by total bros, the rock girl scene was about creating the community you want to see. We realized that it was important to take DIY from punk and do it ourselves. If you want to have a say, if you want to have a voice, you have to create it. If you don't like that it's boy dominated, then okay, let's make a girl game within the punk scene. And we're like, well, let's really fight the power here to make a safe space for women. The Riot Girl movement started in the summer of 1991, and this was a really important time for women's issues in American politics, especially. At this point, there's been almost 12 years of backlash against feminism. This came to a head in 1991 with the Anita Hill hearings.
All eyes have been on Washington and Capitol Hill this week as Clarence Thomas seeks a seat on the Supreme Court. Professor Anita Hill has testified that she was sexually harassed by Thomas. Allegations he denies.
Thomas supporters celebrated it was the narrowest victory in the Supreme Court's history.
This really woke up the nation's consciousness to the problem of sexual harassment, the fact that sexism was not dead. A number of feminist bands, including Ratmobile and Bikini Kill, got together and responded to the political forces that were trying to control their lives through music. Bikini Kill and Kathleen especially was the person who started saying at their shows, girls to the front and create the safe space for women, because shows were a lot more violent then. It was a scary place to jump into the pit. Unless you were a tough girl, I wasn't a tough girl. I loved going to shows, but I was always kind of in the background and a wallflower and whatnot. And finally, I thought, I can participate in this. So pretty much everyone in the Riot Girl scene was advocating for that. Sometimes people were passing out flyers, explaining, please make a safe space for women. And sometimes we'd say it on stage. There's a lot of backlash with stuff like that. Like sometimes the guys in the scene were just kind of trying to bro us out with their politics are more important than ours. But that's kind of how you start change, I think, is on a community level. When I would go and see Bikini Kill as a teenager, just this amazing sense of like, anything's possible. You can take up this space. You can make as much noise as you want. And there's just a sea of feminists on every side of you. It felt so amazing. sometimes people will say, well, Riot Girl is dead. And I do think to a certain extent, Riot Girl was part of a certain time and place. But I think some of the concepts can live on and can be updated. And we've always been proponents of that. Take the stuff and use it to whatever speaks to you. You know, like whatever speaks to you, take it and use it, change it. I think as long as sexism exists, so must Riot Girl.
It's that thing of the personal being political, that everything that is personally experienced has a political dimension to it. If you're struggling to pay the rent, to pay for the clothes that you wear, the food that you eat, they all have a very important political dimension to them. You absolutely can put the essence of the bigger questions, of the bigger issues, into a song.
Writing Quiet was a very personal journey for me. I think I've been trying to write a song to release this tension that had been building in my body over the course of my entire lifetime. When I started to understand that my sexual assault was not my fault, because I spent 10 years feeling like, oh my goodness, I have brought shame and badness into, I've attracted it because something is wrong and broken within me. And that's why that happened to me. So for years, I just blamed myself. But there was a moment where I was like, what if this ugliness in my life is not my fault? It just happened. When I was writing Quiet, I didn't have a conscious awareness that I'm writing a protest song. I wrote a song to heal myself, and I wrote a song to free myself. The Women's March on January 21st, 2017 was just mobs of people charged with emotions. And when we sang, the people gathered around, people pull out their phones and start filming, and we cry. And then we go to the next group of people and sing. It's just an offering. I think Quiet resonated with people because I wrote it from a place of not feeling safe, seen, or heard in my own life. And I think I was a micro reflection of what was happening on a macro scale. If I don't say something, take that drive to pill. They see a monster, they may run away. But I have to do it. I can't keep quiet. We happened to intersect with a woman named Alma Harrell, who filmed the performance on her phone. The video got 14 million views in a couple of days. After the song went viral, that's when all the stories of sexual assault and abuse started coming in. Hundreds of emails I'm still going through of stories of people's struggles and how they related to Quiet. And 3 weeks later, 1,500 people in Gothenburg and 1,500 people in Stockholm acquiring Ghana. They just started rising on their own. If I don't say something, say that right, no, let me see that must have been run out. But I have to do it. A song can create a sense of not being alone in the way you feel about how things are going on. You might think that you're the only person who's having trouble with the pervasive sexism in your high school and your town. And then listening to a song makes you realize that there are other people who feel the way you do. That can make you feel more emboldened to take some kind of action. I feel like artists don't really have power unless we are also part of a movement. And I think I was just surfing the beginning tides. But lo and behold, months later, the YouTube movement started bubbling. That we've come this moment of justice is staggering. But it will mean the most to the brave women testifying and to all of us silence breakers. I thank them testifying, for standing, not just for themselves, but for all of us who will never have even one day in court. Me too! The gift of melody that comes from song helps people get transported to a place where they can access pain and trauma. I know the power of music and how it can do such beautiful things.
ゼロって感じ。珍しい。何にも思わない。残らない。1ミリも。
Okay, this is Hosier. Take one. My lover's got humor. She's the giggle at a funeral. Cause everybody's disapproval. An active protest can be many, many things, especially nowadays, and increasingly so, I'm sorry to say. It's true that telling the truth and just being honest can be a radical act. Telling an uncomfortable truth can be a very, very important radical act.
メガネであなたが笑顔になれば レバウェルで気持ちが軽くなれば、共に悩み考えてくれる人がいます。今日までの日々を力に変えて、医療・ヘルスケアのお仕事相談、レバウェル。レバレジーズ。
My church offers no absolute. Tell me what's in hell. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I belong with you. I was born sick, but I love you. Meant me to be well. Amen. 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 Take me to the showers like a dog in the shower. Taking the church was first a series of lyrical ideas where I was reflecting quite a bit on the legacy of the institutionalized Roman Catholic Church at home in Ireland, how it had treated people, etc., how the soft power that it had held over people's lives for so long. There was this organization that had managed to instill in a society this matrix of thought and values, which was deeply hypocritical and incredibly damaging. To use the church's own words, they view homosexuality as something that is intrinsically disordered, something that is unnatural. When you have an organization of that power, that provides the sort of God-given justification for alienating and othering and persecuting people of that sexual orientation. At the time, there was these horrendous attacks that were taking place against members of the LGBTQ community in Russia. There had been an increase in attacks carried out by essentially neo-Nazi gangs against LGBTQ youths. They posed as other young people in chat rooms and message boards to lure 14, 15, 16-year-olds to places where they thought that they would be safe, and they attacked them and filmed those attacks. Then would torture them on camera and post those on social media.
The Gay Pride March in Moscow is banned by police, and gay activists are prevented from demonstrating. They are protesting against a new law voted in several regions. The bill outlaws so-called homosexual propaganda to be used against any gay action.
Many feel this is quite simply a crackdown on gays. The inevitable arrests have become almost routine.
That's where taking the church came from. It was discrimination against people in same-sex relationships. And that song managed to cross borders, and it seemed to resonate with people across a wide space. If you're writing songs and you are honest with it and you believe in what it is that you are writing and you're willing to live and die by it, surely your hope is that the more people that hear that, the better. I didn't expect it to translate to audiences of the size. I thought maybe it would be appreciated by a very small audience. I thought maybe the whole would be appreciated.
How big audience?
Yeah, it grew. It just kept kind of growing and growing. Awards are amazing, and I'm absolutely bowled over by the fact that I won. But for me, the motivation is just to be honest with the music, and I think I've been very fortunate to be connected with that. Why write about one thing as opposed to just writing pop bangers? I just find it more interesting. If nothing else, it's a fascinating world out there. Not always a pretty world. In fact, a terrifyingly brutal world at times. It's not the what's behind it. Not the fear of it is real. We find ourselves in music and we feel less alone. To me, that is the North Star and the guiding light of what a song can do. If you have a song that articulates something that you can't yourself put into words, and 1,000 other people are singing it and you're singing it, you feel that your feelings are something that other people understand. And that solidarity of song is a really important part of how music can make a difference to people.
Hearing a song makes you feel like you're capable of more than you might have thought. You're capable of surviving more than you might have thought. And then also you have a community that's bigger and stronger than you might have ever had cause to believe. That to me is really the power of music.
You're all sharing and listening and singing a song that you found yourself in. You found your own sorrow in, or you found your own loss, your own grief in, you found your own joy in. It's something ultimately that makes us feel less alone.
Well, this is part of the grill. This is not part of the grill that I'm familiar with. But these are the doors. These are same color, same everything. I guess it's all locked up. You know, they started locking it up because I stayed here too often, later than I should have.
Throughout the 1950s and a good chunk of the 60s, American popular music was defined by the Brill Building. Teenagers and immigrant kids from New York's outer boroughs all gather here, being part of downtown Manhattan.
I used to take that subway every day and walk to the Brill Building, a little room with a piano and a desk, and it was good training.
They defined not just the sound of the era, but an enduring model for songwriting. It was a uniquely American model, equal parts art and industry.
Cranking out songs and competing with the guy at the next desk. And you write a song today and it's recorded tomorrow and it's on the radio next week. You know? It was a factory that turned out top 40 records.
That's what the Brill is. It created a community of incredible music, and that we need to do everywhere right now.
1,000 songs and just as many stories were scrawled in these hallowed halls. Now, here are the stories of 4 such songs, each born in the Brill. What Henry Ford did for the automobile, the Brill Building did for pop music. Towering high on Broadway, just north of the hustle and bustle of Times Square, it housed lyricists, arrangers, recording studios, and record labels. It was a blueprint for music on an industrial scale. It was also a hub for some of the period's most prolific songwriters. At the Brill, songwriting was a 9-to-5 like any other. It was also an art, owned by post-war America's young virtuosos.
I was the Justin Bieber of the 50s. I wasn't the pinup guy. I was like the boy next door, the ones that the mothers wanted their daughters to meet. I had a group called the Tokens, a rock and roll doo-wop group, and Carole King had a group called the Cosigns, and we would sing here on the beach or here on the boardwalk and go to her home, her piano, and then to my piano. And then if you walked very far, you could go to Coney Island. And you went on the Cyclone, which was the most exciting wooden roller coaster.
The Brill, if you really think about it, these are very passionate people that in a time were told they couldn't be stars, they couldn't be artists because of they didn't have the flash. Or I mean, Carole King, she was told she would never be an artist. She didn't have the right look. And it was that belief and that struggle that she was going through that inspired all these songs. So it was under one roof, but it was a bunch of passionate people that were extremely talented, that were passionate about what they had to say, about every chord, every thought. They really mastered the art of songwriting.
I continued at the Brill Building 5 days a week. I was writing with Howie Greenfield our own songs. The walls were very thin, and when we were writing, strangely, the songs sounded very much alike because you can hear the person next door very, very vividly. It was good competition. It was good. We were all very motivated, and creative people bounce off each other.
Now, very pretty. Very pretty. I like that. Yeah, it's got to be a lot. When you write
I'm inspired by trying to figure out how to do the new Brill. It's like there's not one particular thing, it's a whole community and an inspiration that was created. Yes, you can call it back then, maybe it was a song factory, but it wasn't. You know, it was fucking talented people doing really incredible things because the idea is to basically follow that format from Brill, but creating it a little bit further, expanding it towards kids, because that's the thing that we're missing. Kids don't understand that you're supposed to meet, Jay, the bass player, and Johnny, the drummer, and then you guys hang out and like, oh, wow, we got chemistry. Kids can't be meeting each other on Instagram and Snapchat. Everybody thinks it's just songs and celebrity. No, it's swag and chemistry that creates a fucking legacy.
Everywhere
Russia likes that song.
That's my friends of in Russia.
That's a beautiful song.
Спасибо, пожалуйста.
Не увидим на синюю,
синяя звезда. Thank you.
Beautiful song.
You too. I was a harmony freak. I usually start with a piece of a melody and a piano accompaniment. And sometimes you get up in the middle of the night and you say, I could write something better. I can extend that phrase or extend a note. Sometimes you came up with nothing, but you had a piece of the song. And the next day you could continue that. And when it was hot, when you were on a roll, you didn't stop. Because when you're on that creative roll, you stay where you are. And sometimes there is some spirituality attached to it.
I don't know what I can say, yeah. Oh, you feel like days gone by.
Just making this. I feel like Carole King, she was extremely and still is inspiring to listen to. She really was going through some things and turned all of her struggles into beauty. And she did.
My striving was to do something that didn't repeat itself from song to song, from chorus to chorus. And then when it's finished, I would invite people to my home. And if I was shy when I played it,
If I was tentative, I knew it wasn't good. But if I was very boisterous and very confident and sang it out loud, with gusto, then I knew it was going to be a hit. There was nothing sensitive about it.
That's the way I write a song for you right now.
I know when to stop and I know when the song is found. There it is. I just heard it go by, and I'm like, okay. And then we come in here and then we start writing down all the words that were said. And there is the song.
It's like you're tapping into something else.
I'm not tapping in. Someone's tapping in. It's tapping into me. Like, I'm a channel. I know that.
Something came from something spiritual and passed through my voice, through my fingers. And I dare not move because that was, I was the chosen one at that particular moment. So I do feel that there is some kind of a vehicle or an antenna thing going. I had songs recorded by many wonderful people, but I wanted to sing them myself. And I was very honored when I read one of Bob Dylan's books. He said he liked the Brill Building writers, especially Neil Sedaka, because he was the first to sing his own songs in the late 50s. And it was indeed true. I went to RCA and I played the diary to Steve Scholes, and he said, that should be your first record, the diary. And that was the first one, which went to number 22. In those days, number 22 sold 600,000 records. Today, if you sell 10,000 records, you're number one. After the diary, I had 2 flops, and RCA was about to drop me. I went to the charts and looked at all the number 1 records on Billboard's Hits of the World, and I analyzed it, being a studied musician. The chord progression, the harmonic rhythm, the guitar lifts, the drum breaks, and I put all the elements together and wrote "Oh Carol" at the Brill Building with Howie Greenfield, and it was an immediate number 1. Howie came to my apartment, and I said, here's the tune. And he said, I don't know, I don't like the name Carol. Can I call it something else? I said, no, I'm writing this for my girlfriend, Carol King. And he said, okay. So he wrote it, a quick 45 minutes lyric, and he said, now let me polish it. And I took the paper away and said, no, it's very homespun. It's very down to earth and very teenage lament. Oh, Carol, I am but a fool. Darling, I love you, though you treat me cruel. I took it to the studio a few weeks later, and there were 3 girls sitting in the booth who were friends of the producer of the record. And I said, do you sing? They said, yes, we do. And they did the woo. And it was very, very natural, very young sounding. And that's what we left on the record.
But if you leave me, I will surely die. When you say Neil Sedaka is looking at Billboard and trying to understand what makes a pop song a hit or a great pop song, he's talking about being inspired to write something better, right? When you say that in today's time, listening to the charts, which I know they do, and they peg out the song that's getting the most hits or whatever, they're looking to copy, not get better.
I went to the mixing, I went to the mastering of the record, I went to the pressing, because I wanted to make sure when it came on the radio that it was very sibilant, that my voice would come out very clearly, and that everything would be exaggerated, because the radio had a very small speaker, and I wanted to exaggerate everything on the record. Now I can almost weep when I see the place I grew up and the place where I was inspired and the place where I thought, wouldn't it be the dream come true if I became a celebrity? This was my formative years. This was the place when I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. From hell or high water. I want the immortality of writing something that will outlive me. And it was right here that it began.
To me, this was everything. This is what I left home for. There are a lot of buildings, but the spirits of those walls are about songwriters and about musicians and about singers and about publishers. But it was really a musical cathedral, and it's how I've always seen it. In the 9th floor, Lieber Stoller had a lot of cubicles, and that's where Jeff and I would write. So it was his world. I had the key. I can come in and go, which was great. It made me feel like I belonged. Although it took a little while for me to feel like I was good enough to belong.
Music coming out of the Brill Building seized on a new phenomenon. Sometime in the late 1950s and early 1960s, young people became teenagers. They were a new demographic with their own money, their own style, and their own tastes. Some of them even yearned for the taste of rebellion. The Brill Building built not just new sounds, but a whole new image. reflecting the boiling passions of those young Americans who wanted to break free.
Is she really going out with him? Oh, there she is. Let's ask her. Betty, is that Jimmy's video, Larry? Mm-hmm. Gee, it must be great riding with him. Is he picking you up after school today? By the way, where'd you meet him?
I've always loved Leader of the Pack. At the time, I'm sure it was like super edgy, but like it's just like, oh my god, this is like amazing.
Leader of the pack.
The Shangri-Las, their songs are classic. They're heart wrenching. They're melodramatic. They're so filled with passion and done so stellarly that they live on. They'll be classics forever.
I associated the whole grill building thing with girl groups, you know, the Shirelles and the Chiffons and the Crystals and Ronettes and that stuff and Shangri-Las and everybody else. And the grill building started off with a lot of the old Tin Can Alley people who had come up from the 20s, you know, somewhere in the high 20s, came up to the 40s, you know, into the grill building. And then the young upstarts came in, like Lieber and Stoller, and I think the older writers resented them, you know, the old Broadway writers, basically. Again, what people don't remember is that the whole concept of the teenager didn't exist until the 50s. We didn't even have child labor laws until later in the century. I mean, you know, you guys get literally children working as adults, for a long, long time. So suddenly, because of the economic situation, I think that the West was in after World War II. This new demographic was born, this alien species called the teenager. And this new invention called leisure time. You know, you had leisure. There was no such thing before that. And, you know, the highway system got built and the suburbs were invented, you know, and rock and roll was invented along with the rest. And suddenly, music was being made not only for teenagers, but by teenagers, which was unusual, you know. It was a new generation. The grill building had a whole new identity. And it was the modern world, you know, in spite of the old guard kind of trying to keep them out. It was just inevitable that it was going to change, you know.
The Shangri-Las, they were very Long Island, kind of tough, but still young girls. Mary was the lead voice and the spark plug of this sound, and she was delightful. When Jerry and I set up our office in the grill building on the 9th floor, we just had one little front office, and then on one side we had an upright piano. But young writers would come up and they would, you know, go into the piano room, and eventually Shadow came up.
Oh no.
The story that Shadow had created was a drama, and he wrote these little soap operas, and they were.
He kind of invented the cinematic aspect of the genre. I mean, from the first record, Walking in the Sand, you heard the waves hitting the beach, you know. But Leader of the Pack might have been the most dramatic of all. It is a wonderful combination of a song and a performance. Little 3-minute miracles, man, those days. Just incredible stuff.
This is so cinematic. Young girls probably think, oh my god, they must have written their own stuff. They must have lived this. They must have dated a Leader of the Pack. And none of that stuff is true.
We were surprised when it became a hit, you know, because we thought it was a joke.
My folks were always putting him down. They said he came from the wrong side of town. They told me he was bad, but I knew he was dead.
There was something extremely liberating about this music that the parents were worried about, with good reason, by the way, because all their worst fears came true. We were sexually liberated. Women were liberated to be themselves for the first time and have an identity. And a lot of that was coming from these girl groups.
He stood there and asked me why. All I could do was cry. I'm sorry, I heard you, Leader of the Pack.
So smart. Look at that. The tears were beginning to show. As he drove away on the rainy night, I begged him to sleep. Oh, never mind.
I felt so helpless. What did I do?
There was that fear in the early 60s. And of course, you know, once the Kennedy assassination took place, then things got serious at that moment, you know. I do remember some of that under the desk and stuff. And, you know, it seemed to be weird, you know, weird atmosphere.
Go, 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 go. I mean, it's just like, wow, heavy. It's great. Punk rock saved my life from boredom, and rebel music of all kinds. Yeah, even before punk rock, you know, the Stones getting down and dirty, the Shangri-Las getting down and dirty. All that rebel music saved my life. Like, get me out of here. So that's what I think we have meant to some people too. So.
Which brings me to my next question, actually, which is, if you could rewrite the narrative for Leader of the Pack, how would you change it?
That's when I became the leader of the pack. That's how I would change it. That's when I became the leader in the back. Right? Step aside, everyone. Here comes the queen.
Well, they're taking out the elevators. That all the elevators are on the side. Wow. Wow. You know, you can love it as much as you want to, but it's when someone across the street recognizes you because you're saying that song at a show, or they heard your song on the radio and they saw a picture of you. That's where the blessing is. And here, it's almost, yes, a cathedral. You go to pray, that the music gets heard, and you're not out the door because you're only as good as your last 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
At its peak, around 1962, the building at 1619 Broadway hosted 165 music-based businesses across its 11 floors. For every young hopeful, there were just as many unscrupulous businessmen, and one highly influential woman, Florence Greenberg. She was an unlikely icon, a born Republican housewife living just across the river in sleepy Pacific, New Jersey. She became the first woman to own a major label and helped shape a whole new pop era.
Florence was always excited with her music whenever we did anything. She was doing something out of the ordinary because at the time it was a male-dominated industry. And for a woman to come along and do what Florence did is remarkable. So she took us along for the ride too, because as a result of that, we were the first group to cross over to pop, have our own publishing company, write our own music, and we're letting these guys know, hey, we're on our way too. You know, you don't dominate us.
She went where she wanted to go and did what she wanted to do. She became totally immersed in the record industry with the hits by the Shirelles, Dionne Warwick, she had B.J. Thomas, and the job, which was a more than full-time job, running a record company in the early 1960s.
And this is Raindrops.
I think it was a love of doing something where she could make a difference, and doing something that could also provide her with a living, and also doing something that could result in income for me, because she felt like I needed support in becoming an independent person in view of the fact that I was blind.
B.J. Thomas, Raindrops.
Did you feel that way? That you needed that support from your mom?
I don't know if we want to do on the couch here, but I felt like I could be very successful. She didn't help me get a PhD from the Eastman School of Music. She didn't help me get girlfriends. She didn't help me be a very socially active guy, and I did that.
My sister played the Shirelles, singing at a high school talent show. She brought them home to audition for my mother. She brought them home to our suburban house, where they were probably the only African American girls within 2 or 3 miles of where they were, because they were in the white section of town.
We went to Florence Rivers' house at 960 Mineral Springs Avenue in Passaic, State Farm. And we walked in this beautiful home, and there was a beautiful piano. I didn't know how to really interact with her, but she was down to earth. And like I said, she was very, very good. We were all around the piano and standing there playing, and she was standing there watching us. But she loved the song, she fell in love with it, she was smiling. She said, I want to record you.
Florence was one of the many Indian labor owners who dreamed of making it in the big records. To do so, she had moved her offices into the Dave 1650 block, which was now upgraded to Grill Sawmill production.
She was a good salesperson. And then ultimately she decided she was going to have her own business. And people liked her, so they liked what she was doing. The house, the church, the grill building, 1650 and 1674. All those buildings that were full of record companies, publishing companies, and promoters. That's how you sell songs in those days. You went all over the place in that area looking for somebody to buy one of your songs or to buy one of your master recordings. That's what she did.
Recording studios, if you want to write songs, you want your face beat, and you go out and go to a record company, looking good, the photographer wasn't too far. Music was just floating up and down the building, from the glow building up to 1650. You can reach up and look it out.
Will You Love Me Tomorrow was written by Carole King and Jerry Goffin. The Shirelles were rehearsing Will You Love Me Tomorrow, and Carole and Jerry came to the rehearsals, and they brought their baby, and I was there because I had to write the stay arrangements, and Will You Love Me Tomorrow came out of that. That was a big, huge hit.
Because we were young, and the kids didn't realize we were about the same age. We were singing about what they were going through. So whatever was going on at that time in their life, this is the music that was being presented.
Carole
Jerry in those days were just getting started. And the producer, Luther Dixon, didn't want to record it. He said it was too white for Sector.
When we went into the studio, Carol Kane was there. I was told she played kettle drums because she didn't like what the percussionist was playing. And see, a woman knows what she wants. It was a lush arrangement with strings and cellos, and my eyes were wide open, and yet the studio was full of musicians. It was an awesome experience.
If she hadn't had some hit records quickly, it would have been over much sooner than it was. I think she annoyed some people. At the beginning, they put up with her, but then when she became very successful, she was at the same level they were. And then the records really sold. Scepter Records made a lot of money until it didn't.
There was an issue with money. We were being told that we weren't getting what we were supposed to get, and somebody took us aside. And it was a lawsuit, and then we had a contract that we had to fulfill. So we wrote that out, and then after that, we got accepted. Florence has always told us, girls, you're going to be rich. And girls, you're going to be rich. And then, we couldn't wait till we turned 21. She said she started a trust fund for us. When we turned 21, we found out that there was no trust fund. And it was like we were speaking another language when we inquired about it. So that was pushed under the rug also. Because we knew nothing about the business. We had no business sense at all because we were always on the road.
There's nothing I can do about it. Her legacy is what it is. I mean, I could sit here and tell you some awful things about her, and I'm not going to do that. But that's not what I do. It's not who I am. There's the bell. Thank you. The bell's ringing.
Florence passed some time ago. But before then, I had, called her. I sent her flowers when she was in the hospital. And I, thanked her for what she'd done for me. Out of all that was done, she taught us a lot. And whatever she did, like I said, she did. We can't take that back or get it back in any kind of manner. But God took care of us. I didn't hold anything against her.
The National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences called us and said, we're giving your mother a posthumous Grammy, and we want you to come and receive it. This is the Grammy for Florence being the first woman president of a record company. Defined by a woman who made a difference in the world, doing what she wanted to do, for as long as she wanted to do it. Gotta give her credit for that.
By 1969, against the combined forces of the British invasion and the emerging singer-songwriter movement, the Brill was dead. Well, almost. You see, America was changing. Tastes were changing. Songs were changing. And in this inhospitable climate, the Brill produced one of the most unlikely hits of the era.
Somewhere beyond what I understood lived this village that I needed to get to. And that turned out to be the village of New York City and the Brill Building. But it was the voices that came from afar. It was this beacon that I needed to follow. That music took me beyond where I was. The Brill Building will always be around scaffolding every now and then. I've kind of made it a pilgrimage every couple of 3 years. I've always felt that this was like going to church. This was where everybody was hoping to be a part of. The incredible thing that still amazes me is that you walk through these front doors and everything, the elevators are all gold inside. Look, they can take this down, but they can't take away the moment, the memories. The teenager that was so alive for the first time in his life, in a strange country, in a strange city, amongst strangers. And I guess that's the life of a songwriter. I know that the building housed Lieber and Stoller, Jeff Barry, Ellie Greenwich. I know that Phil Spector was here, Barry Mann, Cynthia Weil, Carole King, Jerry Goffin, so many artists, so many writers. If there's a steady thing that's been in my life is my writing. You perform, people may like you for a while, and then you become irrelevant. But those songs continue to live, and I appreciate so much the fact that, songs like Rock Me Gently and Baby I Love You and Sugar Sugar continue to live. It's pretty cool.
Make sure you have a lyric sheet that you can pass down, because if you don't have them, they're coming around.
Sugar Sugar started with a phone call from a music producer by the name of Don Kirshner. Any songs for the Archies?
and I got together with Jeff. I think it took us 10 minutes.
We're going to sing it live, as we said, after we recorded it, but we're going to go piece by piece and make sure we get something that sounds real, but that's part of the magic, is trying to make it sound kind of like, get our best takes. So
put your hand up if you're a natural low. Okay?
Okay.
And then
Okay.
push a mid, usually a mid. Okay, and usually a high. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And so we wrote a song called Sugar Sugar. I would be humming it all the time. It just was one of those catchy things that was like earworm that never left me. It feels like the future doesn't belong to you.
I just don't want those memories to die with me. You know, it's like you go and you visit long lost family and friends. So I'm hoping that the Brill still has at least the face of it, and if it doesn't, then I'm lucky that you're doing this, because historically it means everything to me.
Someone told me one time that my career should not have happened. I said, well, how come? He said, well, my theory is that the Brill Building was kind of on a slide. People were leaving. Things were dissolving.
50 years later.
I just think that somehow or other, you know, people got restless, and you know, the Beatles showed up and changed the whole landscape. I think the Brill Building was everyone's blood and everyone's frustration, anxiety, and hopes. It lives today, whether it can be constructed or not. It's not going to be a musical building, but once upon a time, there was a building that all aspired to join, to be part of, to live there and to write there. And it was called the Brill Building.
I just can't believe the love is I just can't believe the wonder of this feeling too.
Sugar, honey, honey, you are my candy girl, and you got me wanting you. You are my candy girl, and you got me wanting.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Introduction, fellas.
Voice of Men, when they hit, it was something new and it was something different. When you hear Voice of Men on the radio, you knew exactly who it was.
It is about feeling your feelings. It's about being unbound. And the kids loved it almost immediately.
In Melbourne, Australia this week, dozens of injuries as fans were caught as a frenzy to see the American group Boys to Men. 20,000 teenagers appeared, hoping to get a glimpse of the band.
They broke the code of Hot 100 tracks, and no one talks about it. And we murdered that shit tonight.
That was a joke. The other guys came. As soon as Boys to Men hit, we started emulating everything they did. That's what changed the game for Boys to Men. Everything hasn't been rosy for the group. We always get the question, where'd you guys go? Are you ready, guys?
Ready.
Let's do it. We would take that 23 Charlie from, Germantown all the way down to North Philadelphia, the projects, and we would sing any song that we could possibly think of. My mom actually taught me harmony. People would be looking like, what's going on? This little boy and this little lady is like just singing. The sound of Philadelphia was resonating through the streets. My mother, she was cleaning the house, she got the windows open, and she played LTD, Harold Melvin, and Blue Notes while driving the car. I got the likes of the Carpenters, and Alan Parsons Project. And of both worlds because, we lived in Philly, so we got all the Philly sound. And then we also got the popular sound of the world, which at that time was Motown. There was always a bunch of gambling house songs and Teddy Pendergrass and Patti LaBelle. That type of music was molding us for the type of musicians and the type of music that we were going to create years later.
I would watch Michael Jackson, Prince, and I would daydream. Wow, how would it be to be on stage singing in front of a bunch of people? My hands stretched out. I would walk down the street and I would see a place and I would want to be in there because I saw something artistic going on. Hence going to the High School for Creative and Performing Arts.
Years ago, you said this TV show called Fame, where people used to dance in the hallways and sing in the lunchrooms. And that's kind of what our school was. I really didn't want to go. Like, to me, this just wasn't fun to me. I wanted to be a professional football player, which was my first goal. But my parents and my music just felt that this is where I should go. So I had to figure out something to occupy my time because I had no sports teams. Me and a friend of mine, Mark Nelson, decided to recruit some people and just sing in the hallways. Because in school, we sang a lot of classical, jazz, Baroque, all that. And, every kid off the street wants to come in and sing Michael Jackson and do all that, but the choir teachers don't let you do all that. The group that you know now is a group that we assembled in 1988.
I felt like I was in the X-Men, like the Xavier School of the Gifted, you know what I mean? We would get so tight sometimes that the harmonies wouldn't even sound like harmonies. It would sound like, we knew that. When you get that sound, it's perfect.
That's how it came to be, man. It was very, very organic. It wasn't something that was strategically planned. Over time, it was just something that we just loved to do.
Apparently there was like a show.
The Magic Show.
Which one?
Valentine's Day. I think it was 1989. We prepared for this talent show in the typical assembly that the school normally had. We practiced and we rehearsed and we had dance steps.
Sure.
We bought these cheap suits from this place called Twofer's. You get 2 for 1. We were swagged out, you know what I'm saying? And we've been going to the school all year. Girls and the people there saw us just like they saw everybody else. I was the geek, the nerd. I read comic books and I played Dungeons and Dragons with my other nerdy geek friends. That was me. For some reason, when the curtain opened up, it's almost like those kids saw our future. The girls were screaming and falling out of their chairs. You swore that New Edition was there.
Boyz II Men would not have existed without Michael Bivins. He was a member of New Edition. New Edition is the group that Boyz II Men was modeled after.
Anything that New Edition was into at that time, everyone was going to sign up for it. It would have been almost impossible to kind of move forward the way that they moved without getting that initial kind of New Edition cosign, because that was the sound that was defining urban radio back then.
I didn't really discover them. I mean, there's their story and there's other stories.
Nate had a friend who actually was security for Will Smith, Charlie Mack, first out the limo. He said, look, we're going to be at the Powerhouse one blah, blah day. And he said, y'all should come and meet Will.
Well, I heard that they had one pass and they kept passing it to the other and they snuck in. And I thought that was like, from where we're from, the streets, that's just what you do. I think that's all a part of the desire and the will to be seen and to be heard.
We didn't have tickets, so they put us back to the side of the stage and we're watching Paula Abdul come in, Keith Sweat, Sherelle.
And I come around the corner and then they go, yo, babe, you gotta listen. So before I could even say anything, they just started singing.
By the time we finished, everybody had surrounded us. All the people, all the artists that had come into the side entrance.
I just thought they sounded good, and I wasn't going to tell them they sounded better than us. I think I was just being nice and gave them the number to the only number I knew by heart.
Well, we were always big New Edition fans. In high school, we listened to them. I mean, they were like the modern day Temptations to us, so those are the ones that we knew.
Nate did call, and he called every night for like 2 or 3 weeks. And he said, man, I think you can manage us. I said, what?
Hey. This is the gentleman who is what's my spirit.
He saw something in me. I didn't even see it myself. If it wasn't for Nate Morris, I would have never been a music executive.
So, like, say something.
This is Mr. Michael Bivins. Hey, how y'all doing over there?
Superman himself.
Oh, yeah. They're pushing it down. I just know that they're with me. I'm in BBD, I'm hot, and I'm doing this shit. And somebody's gonna give me what I need. I was the most disrespectful, respectful young man you ever met. I was trying to bring the sound of Motown, the sound of Philly, bringing 2 powerhouses' names together to represent how I wanted them to be identified.
They're telling you their own story in the lyrics of the song. It's the most meta possible debut you could have. You're commenting on your own breakthrough in your debut single.
I guess we could dream about it every day. But the change is fade away. Everybody's taking the days at the top. We started a new minute, we are taking it just for you.
I think before we even heard the first note from Boyz II Men, they let us know how they wanted to be defined. Their aesthetic was different from what we were seeing some of the other men in R&B do at that time. I would always be embarrassed when my dad would get in my car and would hear my Jodeci music in there. Some of it was a little raunchier. A lot raunchier. Boyz II Men was like the music that your grandmother also liked to listen to. They literally were just good boys next door. It was just so smartly marketed.
We look like lifesavers. Definitely, we're walking down the street. People were beeping their horns and pointing at us. Pointing at us, right? But Biv didn't give up. Like, he was very resilient, and he had a vision. And most of the time, the vision was right. It was right in this case.
I see you. You're down there. You're fixing them all up. You're into this management thing now, huh?
Yeah, they like my little brothers. When I put the bow tie on them, I just wanted them to be respectful. And I knew it would give them some type of crossover appeal.
When we classify groups as R&B and pop, I think what generally differentiates the two is usually the race of the artist that's making them or the audience that they're serving. And radio back then, of course, was very much segregated. So Boyz II Men was able to go and do interviews on the R&B and hip hop stations.
Would y'all yell hi to my daughter?
They were able to go to the classic soul stations and then pop music stations.
Boyz II Men, everybody.
So they were really able to kind of move freely in different spaces that not a lot of artists were able to move into.
That image kind of allowed us to kind of ride back and forth where Black people still respected us for what we were doing and how we looked, and white people were able to embrace it because we didn't look offensive. It's just really that simple.
They projected the look better than they realized. And guess what it did? It totally separated them from anything moving in the music business.
The album is #1 on the R&B charts according to Billboard and #5 on the pop charts. Everyone else sees something, I'm sure you know. Ladies and gentlemen, Boyz II Men.
I think the popularity of Boyz II Men in the 1990s took a lot of people by surprise. You know, you had a black boy band who was continuously crossing over into the pop charts.
Normally what will happen with an R&B group is they will break first with a black audience or a black radio and then cross pop. Boyz II Men were big at pop radio from the jump.
I don't consider them pop or R&B. I just consider them fucking singers because that's what they are.
All we really wanted to do was sing with each other and be the best singers there was and sound better than anybody else. And as the success is climbing, we're in the hotel room, we're in the car, we're in the bathroom, we're figuring out how we can arrange this song.
They always be like, yo, this is your note. This is your note. You sing this note right here.
We're very meticulous because we don't want to sound whack. Hey guys, could you do the intro of Motown Philly? The dun-dun-dun-dun part? I can't sing so.
We're taking advantage of a lot. They were, hey, sing us a jingle. Hey, sing my mom's name. We just gotta, we just figured it out.
Right, I'm trying to get it. The thing you're asking for,
We can come up with it, but we want to get it right.
Okay, so I'll scratch the question where I asked you to demonstrate.
See? That's the problem. Everybody thinks, wow, you guys can just sing anything. Do it now. It's not that easy.
Hi, we're Boyz II Men, and wow, down, down, wow, down, down.
Prior to Boyz II Men, for your athletic prowess in singing, you went to a Whitney or a Mariah. They put that really Olympic level singing in the context of a vocal group, something that I don't think anybody had really seen before.
I can remember once I asked Milli Vanilli to do it, they couldn't.
Milli Vanilli had just did the thing at the award show, so the whole lip syncing thing was a big thing. They put lip syncing under their boots.
I always will it's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
It just wasn't their voices. It really was the commitment. And I think if anybody's willing to dig that deep, their success is around the corner.
Boyz II Men had Motown Philly, and so they had kind of already opened up a door where people were looking at them like, oh, that's interesting. They're cool. And they were just the group that made sense to do this record into the real, because I kind of wrote it in a whole kind of Philly kind of way, old, Philly kind of song. And so it seemed like they sung Motown Philly, so why not? We didn't know that moment there that we were kind of like, making history. That's what's happening.
This is the truth of it, but you're getting exclusive. So one day, LA's assistant calls me in the office and says, LA wants to talk to you. He's like, yo, babe, I'm doing a movie, I'm doing the soundtrack, and I gotta do this record with the boys, man. I'm like, cool, it's like Boys to Men. I said, get the fuck out. He said, yeah, man. I said, cool. I'm gonna play it for the boys. I invited them over the next day to the crib in my living room. I had a little projector, I had a sound system and the big ass speakers. I was smiling and shit. I'm very Hollywood and animated. I'm like, yes, they're gonna love this shit. So we cocks it in. Boom. You belong together. Babyface. I'm like, fuck, another ballad, but I don't give a shit. It's out there in Babyface. And then when it's over, I'm like, so what do you think? And then they go, it's all right. I go, huh?
Mine, I liked it. Nate, not so much. He didn't. He thought it was just okay. And
Wow, I think that was I'm in love to you.
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. He was like, hey, no, you're right. He was like, it's all right.
I was done. Okay, Babyface singing it, so we can sing it. I thought it was all right. So we have some words. I go, listen, we're doing this motherfucker, so you still with me? And so I had to go the next day to go see Gerald. My mentor, my everything, the boss of all bosses, Gerald Busby. Like, yo, I got this record, LA Babyface, but we need to do it, Gerald. He was like, can't you see him on the phone? Gerald was real ruthless sometimes. So I just kind of started backpedaling slow. And I called Charlotte and I said, put LA on. She said, hold on. I said, LA, Gerald loves the fucking record, man. You think it's the best shit we could have ever done in our life?
I believe we were on tour. We were flew to Philly for a day, and then recorded it, turned around, and got back out.
I don't know what the fuck happened, but my phone rang at 6 a.m. Gerald says, I go FM Bivens. And I'm sitting up, I'm scared. He said, there's a fucking record on the radio I know nothing about. Excuse me, Gerald's like, remember I told you about the record that I never played for you? He said, the fucking record's taken off. I said, oh, then he goes, Bivens, yes, this is the greatest shit you've ever done. But it worked out for all of us.
We belong together. And you know that I'm right.
And I don't give a shit who was rocking before that record came on. The mood of the room switched from that first note.
It's very calm. It just sneaks up on you. They don't start at 11. They start at 4, and they let it build until you get to the chorus.
You're looking at your lady, she's looking at you.
It's probably one of the most beautifully recorded songs of all time. We allow their voices to just hang in the air and just truly stab you a little bit.
Boys and Men and myself, we sing sad songs, love songs, but also sad. Sad songs singing people. There's something beautiful about the pain sometimes.
I don't believe that we really started learning how to be true recording artists until that session. He helped us understand that there's more to music than just singing.
While he was singing, baby, just don't let me down. People clue in. Like, he cracked. Yeah. Why he actually cracked? Like, that's a crack. Like, his voice cracked. My voice would change. I couldn't sing soft, and I cracked a lot. And I always wanted to go back. Oh, I do one more time. And Babyface was like, nah, we're keeping that. And it worked. The emotion was felt. I'm here for you. At that point, all 4 of them were there. Michael, we have the face voice, and so we could really go with the old school R&B. Baby, I'll really miss you. That was kind of like, let's have fun with it. You just don't understand how much I love you, do you? I'm here for you. And then you had Wanya, who would go completely crazy, and you couldn't quite sing along with it, but he tried to. Each one of them could make lyrics come alive and make emotion come alive. It became Into the Road because they sung it.
If someone thinks that they can really sing, they attempt to sing Into the Road.
To the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's so natural.
You belong to me, I belong to you.
Although we come to the end of.
Don't try and sing that song if you're playing. Don't do that, because you'll get embarrassed. Singers sing that song.
I wish I could say we knew we was going to be big like this, you know what I'm saying? So we just went in and just did the record and told them that, this is a hit, watch this. I wish I could say that, but that's not what it was.
You feel like something feels good, but you still don't know what the rest of the world's how they're gonna react. You just cross your fingers and hope that you got something.
Radio loved them so much they ate the record up, and that's how we got to 13 weeks. And we beat Elvis Presley's record from 1958.
We beat a roughly 36-year-old record by Elvis Presley. A record so old it actually technically predated the Hot 100.
Yes.
Then that's when it started getting your mind to turning like, okay, guys, what else can we do?
They put out another Babyface ballad. It explodes out of the gate. I'll Make Love to You was #1 for 14 weeks. It actually beats the record Boys to Men set at the end of the road. They do it again in late 95 and early 96. One Sweet Day was #1 for 16 weeks.
Basically, Boyz II Men were kind of blockading the charts at this time.
I mean, you can say it's red and it'll be blue, and everybody will say it's red because that's how hot you are.
You know, we touched at a certain point in time, turned to gold. When Bill Clinton got in office, he called us. To be from the hood of Philly, to walk with the Secret Service on the lawn of the White House is serious business.
To let them perform and to see the reaction to it, all ages, and not just that, but an audience that was probably 85 to 90% white. And that was very unique in 1995%. There was still that boy band that was a unique boy band because no one was there doing that yet. That was until the other guys came. Comes back to Boys and Sync. 98 Degrees. I think that's what changed the game for Boyz II Men. Part of being in a boy band back in those days was obviously all the team backs. So Super Teen, Tiger Beat, Teen Beat, and a lot of band hairstyles, as you can see from this picture. This was called the Yellow Thorn. I mean, there's really nothing you can say about any of this, honestly, other than I have deep regret. If you ask any of the groups that we're talking about, whether it's Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or obviously 90 Degrees, I think that every single one will say the Boyz II Men was a huge influence on them. If you were in a guy vocal group, they were the benchmark. So I think we all were influenced in different ways. And maybe us more so than the others because we were on Motown in a very similar vein, 4-part versus 5-part. I mean, there were a lot of similarities that weren't necessarily unintentional. Boyz II Men inspired a lot of almost every group that happened after them. They couldn't quite sing like them, but they were certainly going down that road.
They looked like the white version of Boyz II Men, quite frankly. I mean, they looked almost exactly like those guys. And they sounded like them, too. They knew how to harmonize and layer much in the same ways that Boyz II Men did.
You know, they had flavor where they didn't have flavor before. We had moved from LA to New York because our label wanted to get a little urban edge to us. And, you know, our whole mentality was not fluff. It was not pop. We wanted to be an R&B harmony group. That's what we wanted to do. And that's what we did.
So you guys are signed to Motown Records.
That's right. We're very proud to be on the label that so many artists that have inspired us, such as Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, The Temptations, Boyz II Men.
Right? These boys want to be black, but they are not. But they are presenting as having the swagger of hip hop. But of course, these boy bands sold even bigger numbers than any of the R&B vocal groups of the first half of the 90s.
So it was kind of a happy accident, really, that we became a boy band, I guess.
Boyz II Men is dominating the pop charts, and then all of a sudden, these white acts come along who are basically racial mirrors of what Boyz II Men is doing, but they're white, and their success is not seen as being part or related to what Boyz II Men did before.
And that's been around since Elvis and fucking Chuck Berry and them.
People will be watching from the pop side. Like, what can I use? What can I grab? That's going to make me cooler.
Other groups came in and took the moniker or whatever. It's not easy to do. I mean, we started very young. So we were in our early to mid-20s when all these groups started, so-called skyrocketing past us. There wasn't anything at that time that was as big as us. We rolled the middle. We appealed to black fans, black girls, let me be specific, and white girls. Okay? So in comes some white boys that sound similar. And we all know the pop charts are a lot larger than the urban charts, from the audience to the budgets to the whole 9 yards.
Not to mention, they don't have to cross over.
They're
instantly placed in their genre.
We had to work twice as hard to get to what their birthright was.
Went from the 4 black kids on the bedroom wall to the 5 white kids on the bedroom wall. What looked more appropriate?
I think Boyz II Men in the 1990s had to negotiate this very fine line, given the history of the ways that a black man could have been arrested for just looking at a white woman in America only 40, 50 years before.
Boyz II Men were huge. And their audience was a majority white crowd. I don't know that in their homes that you had posters of Boyz II Men on the wall. How can you find a poster on a wall? That's what it was. That's what it came down to me.
They had about 5 amazing years, and then it tailed off rather quickly by the late 90s, despite coming off of what was a diamond-selling album. The boy bands are now the leading edge of mainstream pop. Simultaneously, on the R&B side, R&B has fused even more tightly with hip-hop.
You know, the R&B music inflected with hip-hop. You know, Boyz II Men wasn't making that kind of music.
They tried it with the first album, but what gave them better success were the big stadium ballads, and that's where they went.
Increasingly, it became a problem for Boyz II Men, especially with the rise of Southern hip hop in the late 1990s, who had a lot more kind of flavor and juice in their music, but also represented a certain kind of blackness that they couldn't really represent because they were representing something that was anachronistic, that was a throwback to another era. they're always represented as these kinds of gold souls in these young bodies. Boyz II Men really capturing a kind of style in Black culture that harkened all the way back to the 1940s, 1950s, in which if you were making popular music, you were a message. You did it in an aspirational way that was connected to the desire for Black achievement and Black empowerment. They didn't represent the present or the future anymore. They represent only the past. We were just finished selling out Madison Square Garden. I'm talking about at least in the 6 digits per night. You know what I'm saying? We were just killing it, and we took a break. We went on the road, and we ended up at this place called Puffer Bellies. It was a 500 capacity club. A mechanical bull was in the middle of the floor, and it was 50 people there. We actually looked at each other like, should we even still do this? Michael didn't really want to be a singer. He wanted to be an accountant. And when Boyz II Men took off, I mean, the alternative was success. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And so he felt success with us for a great amount of time. It wasn't until the chips were down, the decline to a certain extent, that we decided to mutually part ways. I don't know if anyone else has told you anything else, but I'm going to cut it right there. We can love each other with all our heart, minds, and bodies. But like in any relationship, you can love someone to death, but when you don't respect them anymore, that's when things start to fall apart. We're a four-part harmony singing group, and we had to actually become a tripod. We had to try to figure it out, and we did. The respect that we had for music and the respect that we had for each other allowed us to sustain all the bad times when people try to pull one on. You could be a solo artist, or you could do this. We had the respect for each other that I'm not doing that to my guys, but knowing that when things were bad, that we had each other's back because we love each other. The option for Vegas came on the table, and I opposed it, totally opposed it, because I was just like, people go to Vegas to die all the time as we started to build our audience. And Juan was able to see the vision that we were setting up for the second phase of our career. We're still keeping the name of Duke alive in the world. And of course, that's people. That light, I don't know if his wisdom was strong. Once we got here, it was a slow roll. We were told that it was going to be a slow roll. That we would have to eat this humble pie and start all over. And that's what we did. Friends, family. What up, Jazz? Hi, girls. Hi. How are you? Good. Come on. Appreciate it. Thank you. You go through a period where this is cool because music had changed, but that was a short time period. Now it's the kind of old school music that you love to hear.
People treat them as something of a guilty pleasure, but given the piece of the pop timeline that they kind of own, I think their legacy is a little underrated. How you doing? Okay.
They were a big part of people's lives, I mean, there's a real joy in going back and reliving that feeling.
I love it.
You can try to switch gears, but they kind of are what they are. And so you kind of just have to ride the storm.
We're singers, and we do it with our heart, our soul, and 100% passion. Like us or not, you can't deny that.
If you're a good performer, you'll be able to go out there and perform, and you'll be able to feel that love every time you hit that stage.
Here we go now.
Sure.
Here we go.
My grandmother would come to the talent shows, and she would like, "Did you feel that?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I felt it." She said, "It didn't look like it." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Look, you go on stage and you sing. You give it all you got. You give everything. If you're singing a song that's about tears, cry. If it's 5,000 people, you sing like it's 50,000. If it's 50,000, you sing like it's 5 million. You know what I'm saying?" Close your eyes, make a wish, and go out again.
Every Boyz II Men song takes you back to a special place in your life. Whenever I hear Boyz II Men, I immediately feel like I'm 14 years old again, and I'm still waiting for the guy I had a crush on to like notice me.
Here's my command. I submit to your demands.
When music is really good, it sticks.
You can hear the same song 30,000 times and people still get something out of it. It just creates an energy that is unmatched. That is something that a chart could never measure. Music has always had the power to take you to a time and a place. Music is that powerful, and because of that, Boyz II Men are that powerful. Once it touches you that way, then that's kind of a forever thing. Like a railroad track. I was talking to sound last night. You did. Yeah. Two down, one more to go. You know what I mean? Woo, Lord. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, it's all good, bro.
Oh, let's get it. Tired. But you know, sometimes you gotta give it all, you know? Because at the end of the day, if you don't give it all, somebody else gonna get more. You know? Oh, Lord. I ain't got nothing else to give, Lord. Apparently there was a time in this country when, in order to become a singer, you had to know how to sing. And weird, right? That's not the case anymore, thanks to auto-tune. You tell me a singer can sing into a microphone, a bad note, and out the speakers comes a good note? Yes. Now that's evil. Music is being destroyed because the human element is being edited out.
Jen Lopez needs auto-tune. Janet needs auto-tune. Beyonce needs auto-tune.
Sounds exactly like T-Pain, right?
T-Pain is a popular music star.
It's your boy T-Pain, aka to the Pinterest style.
People defend him saying, oh, well, Cher used it first. Well, T-Pain used it about a million fucking times. This is making music bland, stale, and boring.
T-Pain is horrible. He is the worst rapper probably of all time. This one, sorry.
All right. Okay, T-Pain, take one.
I heard a story about you and Usher on an airplane.
We was actually going to the 2013 BT Awards. And we were all in first class, and I went to sleep. I was awakened by the flight attendant. She said, Usher would like to talk to you in the back. So I got up and went back, and it was like, how's everything going? Quick, small talk, no big deal. And he was like, man, I want to tell you something, man. I was like, what's good? I thought he was about to tell me something real. He sounded real concerned. He was like, man, you kind of fucked up music. I didn't understand. Usher was my friend. He was like, nah, man, you really fucked up music for real singers. Literally at that point, I couldn't listen. Is he right? Did I fuck this up? Did I fuck up music? And that is the very moment. And I don't even think I realized this for a long time. That's the very moment that started like a 4-year depression for me. I don't understand it. I came out and I used autotune, but I wasn't the person that created it. That was Dr. Andy. Oh, he's so rich now.
My name is Andy Hildebrand, and I'm the inventor of autotune. There were other attempts to do what I did, but those efforts were doomed because the practitioners didn't understand the issues.
So then how is it that you were able to figure it out?
It's so remarkably abstract, it's extremely difficult to explain coherently. Okay, so my background is seismic data processing, which is used to locate oil in the ground. What you do is you detonate some dynamite in the ground, that's always fun. And then you listen to the reverberations that come back using geophones. Mathematically, it's like going out in the rain during a thunderstorm, closing your eyes, and because of the rolling sound of the thunder, figure out the shape of the clouds. The seismic data is sound. It's the understanding of these systems that lets me manipulate this stuff. So with autotune, we were at a luncheon with my distributor and his wife, because she was a singer. And she said, Andy, why don't you make me a box that would have me sing in tune? And I knew pretty much how to do it right away, technically, because a lot of the work I'd done related to those issues. So after the luncheon, I went straight to my desk and wrote a lot of equations and solved some gnarly mathematical problems to make the computing feasible. I had the software running perfectly. I said, I think I'll call it Autotune. And that's exactly what came out 4 months later. There was a huge need in the recording industry for singers to be in tune. Before Autotune, the singers would have to spend a lot of time in the studio, and the only technology means they had were very difficult to use.
To get a good vocal take back then, you had a good vocalist. That's what it's all down to. The technology we had was very, very simple. It was excellent, but it was very simple. We had to pull rabbits out of hats at times. My name is Ken Scott. I've worked in the music business for the last 55 years. First time ever sitting behind a recording console, it was to record the biggest band in the world. I was suddenly pulled in on Magical Mystery Tour to record the Beatles. I carried on. I did the White Album with them. Lennon was brilliant. Sometimes it would take him a while to get a vocal. Sometimes it wouldn't. McCartney was great. But then I was blessed to work with someone I consider to be the best performer in the studio I've certainly ever come across, and that's David Bowie.
Take a look at the oh man, beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if you never know.
Of the 4 albums that I co-produced with him, 95% of the vocals were first take, beginning to end. No cutting and pasting, no dropping in. It's a performance.
But very, very few people have that skill. Most singers need pitch correction. Before Autotune, the singer would be in the studio for a week. Autotune cut that week down to half a day. I have producers grabbing it from my hand.
Electrical engineer and inventor Andy Hildebrand designs pitch correction software. He calls it Autotune. Pitch correction. Is it a euphemism for fixing bad singers?
Yes, we fix bad singers. Everybody heard through word of mouth about this new software. A few months later, we had Autotune distributed in virtually every major studio in the United States. I had a very famous producer stop me, and he said, Andy, you've changed my life. He said, my job used to find people who could sing really well. And now I just have to find good-looking people. But the producers kept the use of Autotune quiet. They didn't want any controversy over that. This isn't really the singer's voice anymore. What brought it out to the public's awareness is the use of a certain dial. There's a dial on the software that slows down the pitch change. So you can go from a faster song to, say, a ballad, and it all sounds like it should. You can turn that dial the other way and go to a faster song and get faster pitch correction. Just for fun, I let the dial go all the way to 0, which gave you instantaneous pitch changes. That right here.
Did you plan for people to use it that way?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't think anybody in the right mind would ever use it.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside and I can't break through. No child can take me through. It's so sad that you're leaving. It takes time to believe it. But after all said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Do you believe in life after life?
Most people encountered Autotune in 1998 with Cher's Believe. It was the first entry in mainstream pop culture of this odd sound that we had never heard before. She sounds alien. The producer of Believe, Mark Taylor, did not want people to know that he used Autotune on Believe. He lied about the use of Autotune. He said that it was a vocoder pedal. He really wanted to guard the secret that they had to use a thing that was automatically tuning, quote unquote, her vocals. It was still not known to the public that it even existed. The idea that you could tune a pitch, I think, wasn't even fathomable.
My name's Robin A. Smith. I was part of the team that were making Cher's album. When Believe was released, the public loved it because it was so novel. But the public didn't really know what they were hearing. The industry, however, was like really hammering into Cher and this record going, how could you do this?
Do you feel that the industry had something to hide?
The industry's always got something to hide. The whole idea of the auto-tune coming into the industry was anybody can come out with a really good vocal, even if they're completely tone deaf. Before auto-tune, we allowed more character in the voices. Nobody had a problem with the fact that some of the greatest singers sang everything flat, but you never noticed it because it was a whole performance. The drums were kind of a bit wobbly with the bass, but the overall effect was incredible. But once you have a synthesizer involved, you go, boom, that's the key. Everything else suddenly had to be totally in with that tonality. The vocals needed to sound perfect. Fortunately, auto-tune came along and sorted it out.
I don't need you anymore. No, I don't need you anymore.
later, when autotune sort of became more of a commonly used device in the industry, Mark Taylor eventually came out and said that he was using autotune.
I was kind of playing around with the auto tunes, it's called. With this, you can shift the vocal, go to the nearest note, and then all it does is if you bend a note when you're singing, all this does is it goes along, it doesn't bend the note up until it reaches a certain point, and then it just flicks to the nearest note. So you end up with these very steppy sounds.
I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now.
It just so happens that with Cher, it sounds brilliant.
Even after Believe came out in 1998, it was so closely guarded, autotune didn't even come back in the mainstream until the early 2000s with T-Pain.
Hey, man, what's been going on with you? I know, of course, everybody knows you've been in nappy heads, but lately, you got this new phenomenon. If you come out of town and you want to do music, you got to be a gangster rapper. I started out as a rapper in a whole rap group and everything. I was singing all the hooks, and then I decided to make my own album, but it was just my voice. And I was like, this is not making me different from anybody else. I wanted to sound different. I started with auto-tune. 2001. I was on my brother's car. I started playing the radio. I heard one goddamn commercial they used to play. I can't remember what it was, but it was like one of those compilation CDs. And one of the songs was If You Had My Love by Jennifer Lopez. And oh my gosh, they played that commercial so much. And I heard that one part where she used auto-tune on, I think, on two parts of the song. You know, when I heard Cher's Believe, you don't really understand what's happening. You know something's different, but with Jennifer Lopez, I heard her normal vocals, and then she was auto-tune. I'm like, wait a minute, what was that? The second I heard it, man, I was just like, that's different. I gotta find out what this is. I just knew there was something that I'd never seen before. It's gonna drive me crazy until I find it. And I set out on a fucking year-long mission to find that damn thing. I went to everybody I knew that had cracked versions. Everybody was like, just give me everything you got. I didn't know the name of the effects. I just wanted to find it. Anything that had the word vocal or anything that had the word vox on it, I was buying it. I was getting a hacker if I can get a cracked version of it or something. And one day, man, I got 3 DVDs. I went through every single one. Not only did I go through every plugin, I went through every preset of each plugin. So that took a long time. And I had one piece of vocal going that whole time. Just had it on a loop, just kept changing. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh boy, when I found it, I was crying a little bit. Because I finally found a thing that was gonna make me different.
Even though my other road she ain't even my main lady. See, I've been thinking about it lately. Man, she really don't deserve me. All she wanna do is hurt. So I gotta get away from her. But I believe it quickly. Before she come and try to hit me. And I'm taking everything with me. But I'll come down to house.
To the beginning, when I started using auto-tune, everybody was saying, well, you know, maybe don't do that. Maybe it was just new at the time, and they didn't like it because it was a change, it was different. People were saying, well, who needs to sound like this? This is fucking weird. But people forget about the vocal order. The whole vocal order, that was fire. Damn. Holy shit. Like that was magical to me. You know, Roger Troutman picked it up. Man, he was already such a great artist. And he saw something in vocal that was like, man, this will change. I can change things with this.
And every time I would use a voice box, people would be dancing until I used it. And when I started using it, it would look up like, and they would seem to hypnotize them in a way.
You know, to come up with something so vastly different that it's gonna shake people up. It's just gonna be something that shakes your soul so much. It's gonna get backlash.
You know, don't you worry about when it is a gimmicky kind of sound like that. The people may get tired of it. I don't know. People started saying, well, you know, you can't sing, man. What you're trying to prove, you're trying to do a gimmick, blah, 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 blah.
It's always been with technology, you know, at what point is it a crutch and at what point is it an enhancement that has its own right to be because it gives you something that you can't get otherwise. My name is Suzanne Chani. I am a pioneer in electronic music. When I started using musical technology, nobody understood it then. When a technology is new, sometimes, you know, there's a backlash because it's no longer tethered to a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, this woman standing next to me is an electronic wizard. She's won award after award. This is Suzanne Ciani. And
I remember when the vocoder came in, and I was on Letterman. It was so unknown to him what I was doing. This is an arrangement of electronic gear that I call the voice box. Has in it a vocoder, a frequency follower, an even type harmonizer. I had everything in there. Of course, David Letterman wasn't interested in what was in there.
that means nothing to anybody but you.
The biggest issue was that the public didn't understand that this was in fact a new instrument.
Why do you have this stuff? What do you do with this? You don't go door to door saying, I'll make you sound goofy.
We know what we're familiar with. We try to make sense of the universe based on what we already know. This was something that honestly we didn't know. It really was a new instrument. I could use my voice to shape the electronic sound. For me, the vocoder was a tool. It was like, oh, what kind of incredible new things can I do with this?
$200,000 so you can sound stupid in your own home. Unbelievable breakthrough in electronics.
Anytime I've seen someone be the first in something, it's never appreciated. We know this. Anybody that's the first in doing something, that was the first person to do it, it's never appreciated. It's always somebody that comes after them that has more respect.
In the 2000s, T-Pain was deemed as super corny by some of the old school rap establishment for both using autotune and, the subtext was, oh, you're corny because you're showing your softness. But at the same time, like all these rappers are like, oh shit, he's using this autotune, everyone loves it, he's a hit maker, let's get him to do a hook. Rappers didn't themselves use autotune at this point, they were just getting T-Pain to do their hooks. So they were reaping the benefits of autotune, but not having to put themselves in the position to be criticized. Then Kanye comes along and he uses autotune and makes this album. Could you be so then suddenly autotune is this respectable apex of creative invention.
Kanye knew that when he dropped Airways, it was going to be something. He knew it. He told me in the studio. He knew it. He said that he loved Rapper Turn Singer. He realized that Rapper Turn Singer was a bunch of love songs with a ton of bass on. Airways.
Once Kanye came out with autotune, that paved the way for lots and lots of rappers to use it after that. Suddenly everyone was on that autotune tip.
Everybody's talking about it. Now I'm seeing it on cartoons. I'm seeing it on movies everywhere.
To it. After a while, people hated hearing it. There were boycotts, like Death for Cutie wanted to boycott it, which is like, well, no one was trying to hear you sing with autotune anyway, dudes. Jay-Z came out with Death autotune as a sort of as a T-Pain Kanye diss. It became sort of a joke. And ironically, people really just started to hate T-Pain.
Sucking fucking wrong. It felt like everybody just hated me. Every time I saw a troll having a stage or somebody just fucking with me, I always think back to when I just said I fucked up everything. And I'm like, maybe I am a big fuck up. Just in that whole 4-year span, it was so many times. Can't even count on my hands how many times I told my wife I just don't want to do this anymore.
But the way the internet was working at the time, the sound spread a lot faster than the criticism did. Because, virality.
Investment in advanced battery technology and electric drive. We're losing it out there. Permission to use the secret weapons.
Commission of T-Pain approved.
Brothers, we make videos on the channel Shmo Yoho on YouTube with series like Autotune the News and Song About This. The first time I heard Autotune was probably with T-Pain. Like, what is this? It's just such an interesting sound. It satisfies an urge to hear like something robotic and perfect. It just kind of planted a seed. So later when we were making these comedy videos on Shmo Yoho, we were just like, let's use autotune and satirize cable news and pop music at the same time. On Autotune the News number 8, T-Pain using a very thin ice hook with Katie Couric and one of our characters. She was like the Beyonce of unintentional singing. Like she just spoke with this breathy tone that was just incredible, and it gave you a blank canvas that you could totally Bob Ross and like make something beautiful out of. The internet loves satire. The internet also loves things happening by accident, so that kind of makes autotune like really fit into its ethos. Like this thing happened for this intention, and now suddenly this person is accidentally singing, and they sound great. Wrote the history of electronic music as the history of creative misuse of available tools. DJ starts off because people say a turntable doesn't only have to be playback. We can scratch it, we can layer it, we can turn it into a performance machine. And so with autotune, it becomes creative precisely at the moment when producers stop using it the way it was intended. That's the seed of creativity. My name is Jason Clayton. I'm a musician and writer. The internet both spread the sound, but then it also allowed people all over the world to access the tools at more or less the same time. And that's why I was singing in many places and many contexts at once. The first time I really heard autotune and said, what in this earth is going on? It was in Morocco. Autotune is so popular throughout the Arab world. And I think that has a lot to do actually with the culture there. 5 times a day for the past 1,300 years, all over Muslim lands, people are going to hear the call to prayer. And that has these beautiful vocal up and downs, this pitching. Beautiful musicians. It's a technique called melisma. So melisma basically it's a singing style, and it happens when a singer is on one syllable. But instead of holding that note steady, they push it around and change the pitch, so they sing a little fragment of a word. It's very strong in a lot of Black American traditions, and of course it ends up in R&B. If I should stay, I would only be in your way, so I'll go. Whitney Houston's Wings Home Perfect. And it's something you get throughout this song, but in the beginning it's the I and the way. The way. And I love you. But she gets it, and so one of the, you can tell it's a diva, if she could hit those notes and move the pitches around like that and do these runs. Like that's one of the reasons why Whitney was so iconic. Autotune is doing a version of this with the layered algorithms. So here you go. It's an ooh, so the typical R&B, sort of erotic grunt of sorts. And listen to what happens when it's going through autotune. How a singer performs, that's going to change the amount, so to what extent the autotune is enacting. And so it's very much kind of an active interplay throughout this performance of T-Pain. You get to hear his dance with the machinery. He's saying, this is my voice in this moment on this song. This electronic modulation that's passing through me is me. But I thought I kept going to people and not trusting myself. I didn't know what to do. Everybody said the same thing. You gotta find something to do. It's just gonna be annoying at some point. That's the craziest thing. What did you do that was part of your identity? My wife told me it was fine. My wife was like, I like it. I like sex with her, so I don't care what anybody else said. I always know when he's stressed, and I know why he's stressed. But the motto of our relationship has always been no matter what. I was like, don't not do it because of that. Do what you do. Don't change what you're doing. I just think I went through a lot growing up being mixed of dealing with stereotypes. Because I knew you were gonna. Because you had to deal with the black side and the white side. Mm-hmm. And shit from both sides. So I got so used to it. So once you got there, I was like, and people were, there's like, did that help you? Did that help you? Yeah. Me put that song help you? Yeah. It did. With your black yes. Yeah. Because everybody finally got to see that you don't have to fit into this cookie cutter idea of what an R&B singer is supposed to sound like. Because I was always told when I was growing up, you
should do this, or you should, like, for one side of this, you should be this way, and the other side, you should be this way. I'm like, why? But at the end of the day, like, I'm just me. Just, like, fucking selling millions of albums, he still does not get the respect that he deserves as a songwriter, as an producer, until 2014 when he goes on NPR's Tiny Desk Concerts.
How's everybody doing? Pretty good solid on the balls there. That's pretty good. Thank you about coming out again. This is weird as hell for me. Never done anything like this. I got up there and it was this little setup, looked like a little library, but it was just this one cubicle that looked like a library. And behind that camera, it was like 300 cubicles. And all the employees were like just standing on their desk staring at me the whole time. It was a big fucking crowd. Oh, no. Baby girl, what's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink. You know me, big music never week. I'm not love, close at 3. What's the chance of you rolling with me? Back to the crib, show you how I live. Let's get drunk and forget what we did. Buy you a drink. I am devilishly awkward. You really look close there. I didn't look at that at all. Not the entire time. I stayed looking at the floor, looking up inside, and stayed looking at something else. I couldn't even look at the people because I felt like I was doing a bad job. Talk to me. I talk back. Let's talk money. I talk that. Come to the bar.
T-Pain obviously is really vulnerable without the auto-tune in that situation. Dropping your signature sound to show people who you really are is really just disarming and probably a little terrifying.
There's a lot of thinking. Sometimes, I'm trying to hit a run, and I'm like, wait, come back. There's just a lot going on in my mind. I never knew how to do it. You gotta clap, you gotta clap. Every somebody tries that. Awkward. All right. I didn't think I did a good job, and then I saw the internet react. I mean, shit went crazy.
It's just so unfortunate that he had to drop it to show people that he is an amazing songwriter and a creative. But yeah, the whole entire audience is just sort of like, whoa, holy shit, you can say.
There wasn't like a vindication or anything like that, but there was a point. I don't know how. Somehow I got more mad. I just got more angry because it was such a surprise to everybody that T-Pain has an actual human voice, and it's like, what the fuck, guys? Like, really? Did y'all think my whole success was based off of software? Like, what? You still gotta write good songs. You still gotta produce good beats. You still gotta do all these things, and y'all are paying attention to this one plugin. And it's so weird that it made me so angry that people are like, oh my god, T-Pain can sing. It in one it showed how much people were respecting me more, and another it showed me how much people didn't respect me before. So my philosophy at this point is to make myself happy. I just want to make music that makes me feel good, and if you don't like it, I ain't mad for you. If you do like it, welcome to the club.
There's huge disparity, and there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad. It's ruined audio, destroyed this world of sound. Let them have their opinion. That is not why I was in it. I was in it.
I've never thought of technology as a substitute. It's its own language, its own world, and we can connect it to our music knowledge, right? We have to respect it for being something unique.
I call it the most important piece of culture section because it's an active and complicated engagement machine. It's using us as a carrier. Which is helping us to rethink what it means to be human today. That's a lot. It's like you can't just shake it off as a sound. I don't think of it as good or bad, but it's bad if people expect everybody to constantly be perfect. But it's physical. Like any tool that can be used for good or evil. Like if you build a giant laser beam, you can use the laser beam to destroy the earth, or you can use it to power all your lights. Just like
longevity and who are constantly innovating are open to new things, are open to trying new things, are really open to the culture and how culture changes.
Every time somebody heard Pop Sprout, they always said, yo, this dude is doing something really different. But then on the other hand, they also said, I'm pretty sure he's only going to be able to do this one song. This is going to be fun exactly once. And that's what everybody thought. And what year is it now? So it's, what is going on?
なんかさ、やっぱりミュージシャンだよ。まあ、清志郎とかもさ、いいけど、原発反対はいいけど、じゃあ代替案はどうすんだよ。いや、だって資源ない国だからさ、電気を、もちろん原発がね、どうやって電気作るの安く。電気代が関係ない会社とかってないじゃん。電気使わない、なんか、老舗のさ、和菓子屋さんとかですら、照明とか電気使ったりするでしょ。で、車でトラックで運んだ。関係ない会社はないからさ、電気とか。いや、てか、やっぱ鍋プロとかがみんなミュージシャンだから、日本のエンタメはミュージシャン。まあ、そのね、吉本みたいなヤクザ、関西以外はミュージシャンって言える。音楽産業が芸能界って言える。はっきりと、バーニング、アミューズ。だバンドマンとかだからさ。バンドマンか、そういうマネジメント。そのバンドマンのプロデューサーとか、マネジメントして。渡辺、鍋プロも。鍋プロはだからバンドマンが作った事務所だよ。サックス奏者だっけ。いや、やっぱ渡辺晋さんすごいな。ファウンダーは大抵すごいから。ね、鍋プロテイク。70年代までよ。鍋プロだけやっぱ保守系なの。その社会党寄りじゃなくて。石原慎太郎をしたり、保守系の政治は自民党寄りなの。それは昔からそう。普通ね、芸能はリベラルさ系が多いと思う。それも面白いね。唯一、その若き日の中曽根と一緒に形成会話。 んとひでえよね、アメリカって。だからやっぱり10月、11月上旬ぐらいの、まだ昼間とか暖かい時期が一番フェスはいいよ。もう8月、4月、8月は本当に台風多いからさ。マジで中止になる。ね。でかいよね。なるほどね。いや、もうほんとぴったりだよね、なんか。夕方の、その、層とかは。懐かしい。太鼓クラブ懐かしいよ。やめちゃったんだよ。 40分も取れなくなっちゃう。懐かしいね。見に行ったわ、タイプブルーハムとか。まだ見てた。もうないんだ。やってないんだ。ガイタレとかだったら、 金も全否定してこう。こういう感じ。どんな感じだよ。99年生まれか。めいっ子だね。ねえ、99年は。やっぱり iPhone からだね。もうはっきりと。やっぱそれまでその、不況感はあったよ、当時だから。もうだって時給850円だから都内の最低賃金も800円ぐらいだから。いや、やばかったね。僕もクビになったの。いや、2008年ぐらいの空気感を説明するの難しい。今と真逆だから。で、その翌年によりにもよって政権交代して。いつもそうなんだよね、なんか。だって、結局バブル崩壊も90年でしょ ?90 年に完全。株価89年まで3万8000円だから。そっから一気に2万円まで落ちるからさ。もう半分になっちゃうからさ、株価。たった半年ぐらいで。なんだけど、まだそれはやっぱ民間企業でちょっとクラッシュ。不動産が価格暴落したぐらいの。そこから総量規制をやっちゃったわけ。総量規制っつって。土地に貸さなくなっちゃったの。全部。全国で。これもう大蔵省の政府の規制だから。そこでバタバタもう会社潰れまくって。だから悲惨なのは、土地を高値で買ってバブルの時いっぱい買っちゃった人。さんまさんみたいな人。もう本当に土地だけ買っちゃったからさ。売り抜けらんないどころか、もうただ単に大損して終わり。で、わかるでしょ？もう大損して潰れないことがもう真理になっちゃったわけよ。とにかく賃金カットして安く人を使ってっていうの。そっから30年安く使うことだけが真理だったんです。いや、その時までだから僕が一番思うのは映画なの。映画はまさに夢と魔法だから、花だから。電通が、トンコっつって、西田敏行主演で、もう見てみ。YouTube とか Amazon プライムとかあるから。もう本当に金かかってるで、もう信じる、トンコが一番金かかってるから。日本が作り上げた映画の中で一番金がかかってるのがトンコと、ロシア国製みたいな。電通が作ったの。今、ロシアなんかだからすごいよね。ロシア国製メタンって。いや、僕も大好きな小説なわけです。UNEXT とか、アマプラとかで見れる。YouTube とかで見れるよ。いやでもバンドはね、だからそういう風にみんな見てる。新進系バンド。まあ、だから YouTube にやっぱ動画アップして、その300再生とかアップしてるだけでも全然違うよね。昔だからないからさ、もう、その2000年代ぐらいまで。新人バンドっつっても、テレビのプロモーション。で、ソニーのイージーってのと、あとフジテレビの。まあ、だいたい97年ぐらいからファクトリーってね、フジテレビがやって。懐かしいね、ファクトリー。ファクトリー、懐かしいね。フジテレビが。へいへいへいの、菊池さんが作った。てか、いまだにファクトリーは、なんかアーカイブで、CS とかでやってんじゃない？うがりなライブハウス、ファクトリーへようこそ。 いや、ファクトリーでもゆらゆら帝国とかもあれだけだからさ、多分テレビ出たの。いや、あれだけだね。ファクトリー、アンディ・ウォーホル。てか、フジテレビをそのままソニーが買収すれば、そのままファクトリーとか復活したらええやん。まあ、ファクトリー復活したらいいよな、ソニー。ソニーがまさにやったら最高じゃない？ファクトリーって。菊池。ヘイヘイヘイのプロデューサーが作った。菊池ファクトリー。いや、そのままライブハウスでライブさせて、チケットも取ってね。それをフジテレビの深夜に演奏させちゃえ。98年から。もう、やっぱりファクトリーが一番面白かったよ。てか、1回目がスーパーカーだから。スーパーカー、ファクトリー以外出てないんじゃない？さすがに。スーパーカーとか東京ナンバーワンソウルセットとか。フィッシュマンズはギリ。だからフィッシュマンズはギリ間に合ってないと思う。ファクトリー。出なかった気がする。もうすごいバンドみんなやりかしてます。僕、それで DMBQ とか、みんなそれで知ったからさ。DMBQ が5回目ぐらい。いや、すごいよね、今見ても。一応、フジテレビにホームページ残ってる。全部98年から全部見れるけど、やっぱり、キュレーションっていうか、サニーデイとか、ブッチャーズとか、バッファローニーとか、なんか、コアなバンドみんな出てる。てか、小野梨沙さんとか、いや、フジロックっぽいバンドはみんな出てる。なんかフジロック、いわゆるだからアイドルバンドとか、全然出てない。ウィッシェルとか、普通にすごい、フジロックとかに出てそうなバンド、みんな出てる。アイドルバンドが本当に出てない。まあ、エレカシぐらい。エレカシとスカパラぐらい。1回目ってすごいよね。佐野元春だよ。すごい。へえ。うるせえよ。全否定ボトンが来るで湧いてくるだろ。いや、 人がやった事例ってあんの他に？ゲームのね。いや、はるさんとか、土屋太鳳ちゃんとかもやってるじゃん。本人がゲーム実況ってあるのかな？いや、ゲーム開発者は結構やってる。だからまあ、ね、ゲーム開発者は。ちょっとニッチな感じになっちゃう。顔が安定してない。なんか違う人、なんかがおかしい。なんかがおかしいよね。いや、顔が安定して。あの時出てた人なんだ。全然ちゃんと見てるわ、劇場で。いや、ゲーム実況が一番本領発揮してるよね。なんかちゃんと。台本がダメなんだろうね。なんか面白い。やっぱなんか面白いよね。綺麗な清楚系を、清純派を求められちゃった。全然合ってない。脳節なんだね。へへ、へへへ、来やがった。へへへ、来やがった。わかるよ。へへへ、てめえ何しやがんだよ。それはね、もうロッキンはだから有名だからさ。ロッキンに広告出稿さ。そのプレスっていうか、アドを出稿したらそのまんま新人枠で出るっていう。もう商業主義を。でもどうなんかね、やっぱ本当にミーハーじゃん、ロッキンオンジャパンフェス。最初の年だけすごかったの。ロッキンオンジャパンフェスって。中村和義が初の、フェスで初のライブをやったことない人だから、ライブハウスとかも一切。人前でやらず、卓録のまんま CD でデビューしちゃったから、ロッキンオンジャパンフェスが初のライブだけど、1回目が伝説の中止になっちゃったの、台風で。すごかったよね、あれ。伝説だよ。なんか、初のライブだからさ、人前で、CD で。ギリ。ロッキンオンフェスでね。2001年だっけ。懐かしい。6曲ぐらいよ。犬と猫とかね。中村和義はでもZ 世代は全く知らないんじゃない？高い愛がある夢。一番かっこよかったよね、やっぱ中村和義。本当に天才な感じだから、その音芸一さんとかを超えて。いや、一切ライブは一切やってる。もうレコード、CD、アルバムを全部自分の人生で出し切って。95年にやって。で当時20歳とかだから。でもこれで出して、はい、音楽活動はやめようって言ってた。まあでも渋谷陽一のいいとこだね。そのデビルの金儲けデビルだけど、やっぱり中村和義を世に出したんだ。やっぱ絶対中村 和義は渋谷陽一がもう超10年、100年に一度の天才だし、本当に天才だったから、それは本当に。気持ち悪い感じになってる。鎌倉殿って源の家のことだ。鎌倉のことじゃないからね。鎌倉ってことじゃなくて、源家の権力者たちを鎌倉殿。鎌倉時代って名称が良くないの、江戸時代の。江戸家っていうファミリーの名前ね、鎌倉。鎌倉幕府っていう。その武家政権。自由民主時代みたいな感じ。自民党みたいな。鎌倉の地域のことじゃないからね。でも結局鎌倉幕府は何年だ、まあ、190年ぐらいしか持たなかった。だから割とやっぱ権力がーっていうけど、そんなに長く持つのは江戸時代ぐらいしかない。 やっぱりユニコーンじゃない？やっぱりサウンドもね、マイナーっていうか、ビートルズフォロワーだけど、そのティーンエイジファンクラブとかさ、ちょっと UK ロックとかね。いや、やっぱマイナーサウンドだからね。ちゃんと売れるけど、すごいコアなサウンドだから、ユニコーンか。ホンダだけやっぱ江戸幕府感はないし、今回破綻しちゃったの気質が違う。もうトヨタだよ、一番。もう江戸商人っていうか徳川っぽい。で、ソフトバンクもやっぱ徳川幕府っぽい。孫さんが。やっぱ、孫さんは秀吉とか信長に近い人だと思うけど、やっぱシステムとかめっちゃ江戸商人っていうか、投資ファンドみたいにしちゃったけど。ソフトバンクってだと思う。通信キャリアとか事業会社にはもう1ミリも興味ない感じ。ただ単に売上の財務諸表の数字を貼っつけるだけで。もうそのファンドって感じ。まさにやっぱでかいよね、OTT が。でかいよ、やっぱ。だからサカナクションが一番使ってるよ。サカナクションだから、曲ちゃんとしてるじゃん、やっぱ。全肯定ボット。全否定ボットがやっぱりね、今回から戦い。 ほんとずっとずれてるやつ超かっこよかったのよね。半年ぐらいだよ。もうでしかも17歳とか、和光の、ね、レイジ君とか。いや、とんでもない天才17歳って、そのドカッチってね、草刈り、死んじゃったけど、草刈り神尾さんの息子、そこに住んでたんだけど。いや、地域バンドだから。ここら辺の、みんな、地域バンドだよ。地元バンドだよ。そうだね、ソニーと、あるね。ソニーとね、なんか縁があるね。まあだからやっぱり OTT がでかいよ。YouTube とかサブスクでパッと出しちゃう。昔はだからもうラジオでかけてもらえない。新人アーティスト、マイケル・ジャクソンだったらね、みんな知ってるけど、新曲聴こうってなるけど、ほとんどのアーティスト、新曲見るとはなんないの。 なんでそんな全否定ボット来るよ、また。全否定ボット。全否定ボットたち、今日、エリック・ロメール、ジャック・リベット、5で。
みんなが嫌いという40度とかの日に私は楽々になるのが好きなんですよ。
キラキラしてるね。ヘルナンデスとか出てる。そうなの？まあね、でも結局、マネタイズが広告だからね、今、現状。なんか、演技だとなんでこんな何にもなくなっちゃうんだろう。なんでだろう。全然マジックがなくなっちゃって。いや、なんでだろうね。合理的に考えて。全否定ボットが来たよ。全否定ボットが俺にファシリテーター。なんでだろうね。メイクの感じとかじゃないの？いいね。 お花摘んできますとか言って。お花を摘みに行ってきます。その言い換え方がおばあちゃんなのよ。お花を摘みに行ってくる。久しぶりに聞いたら、うんこするじゃなくて、ね、おしっこするじゃないよ。お花を摘みに行ってきます。キング牧師ぐらい。まあね、いや、まあ正直、いっぱいいるんじゃない。いや、やっぱもっと綺麗な人しかいないからさ。やっぱ綺麗系の人は埋もれるよね、やっぱり。結局ね、ロリ系になっちゃうんだろうね。僕もなんでと思うけど。悪い顔。面白いね。なんか、そうなんだね。いや全然、全く、箸にも棒にもかかんない人が。やっぱりゲーム実況でね。いや、結構見てる人いるんじゃない？だってあれはさすがに。結構話題になったよね。フィッシュマンズ。Give me a little more. いや、フィッシュマンズのライブだけ行けなかったのが本当に悔やまれるよね。だってやっぱり絶対行った演劇とかライブは行っといた方がいいよ。もう本当に後悔する。結局ね、フィッシュマンズはね、いっぱいカバーする人が多いけど、やっぱり全く超えられないね。オリジナルを。なんか誰でもできそうだけどね。すごいよね、そういう意味で。全く誰も超えられないっていうか、ワンオンリーなバンドだよね。宇宙日本世田谷だから。 ポキポキ。指ポキポキ正義いるんだね。なるほど。正義ででも本当にサディストって言うからね。加害を与えない。うるせえよ。聞いてんじゃねえ。世話ねえ。世話ねえな。鉄パイプ持って。世話ねえな。トヨタの鋳造技術とかは本当にすごい。なんかトヨタを説明するの難しい。やっぱりマニアックな会社なんだよ。ざま。猫かぶってたわけだよね。そういうことね。事務所の意向でね。ざまね。へえ、ざまね。橋本忍のセリフみたい。ざまねってあんま出てこなくない？黒沢明のさ、ざまね。加藤小夏面白いね。もうざまね。へっ。いや、覚えてはないでしょう。相当個別にやってるから、ゲームの撮影は大変だと思う。一番大変じゃん。ざまね。ざまね。 んとなんで罰が決定なんだよね。もう、ソニーよ。いや、昔は違うよ、プレステは。邪魔ね。ざまねえざまねえすごい。ぼーっとしよう。なんか、いいね。別に、そんなに違ってはないからいいね。ぼーっとしよう。そのボートの川下りなのがおもろいね。たまたまミームが。ほーっとけカホウスさ。でもまあ、モノマネはね、ちょっと厳しいね。これね、強いね。なんか自分の加工してる加工はしてるよね。なんか、おかしい。なんか顔が違う。いや、加工してるよね。ちょっとね、競技心があるんだね。ざまねざまねてれてれてれてれてれ。 れちゃいなよ。なんかね、なんかまだ猫かぶってる感じがあるな。わかる。いや、てか何にも、入ってこないからさ、演技をしてるときは。いや、君たちはまだ長いトンネルの中。いや、なんか素人の、っていうか、本当に女子高生の演劇のなんか使ってるのかなと思う。なるほどね。めっちゃそんな感じだったよ。ね。水は売れんのかね、果たして。いや、水は売れんのかね。水売れたらすごいけどね、逆に。なんで逆になってんの？欲がざまね黒沢の橋本忍のセリフなのよ、本人。ざまねえ三船敏郎が言うセリフが、ざまねえかっこいいわ。橋本忍のセリフ。橋本忍、本人と全然違うのよ。側がね、皮がパリって取れてる。お兄ちゃんがやっぱ可愛いんだろうね。お兄ちゃんが可愛いね。 グソクムズ見た、なんだっけな、吉祥寺の、なんだよ、もう、なんだよ、本当に一番めんどくせえんだけども。宮岡、秋山。TikTok でね、言ってんだろう。宮岡。ポッドキャスターでもメディアよりもやっぱり YouTube とかになってくるんだ。 come. It's around to get strong. We are the Atiyama.
すごい楽しみでした。梅沢さんのこととかは結構みんな、あんないい子いないって聞いたりとかもしてたし、ジェイ君今年がいろんな子がね、話しているし、ラジが監督、時も見ててすごい好きなので、嬉しかったです。綾瀬の感情、私とすごい嫌いじゃないけど、ちょっと分かるだけども結構あって、嫌なことというか、向き合わなきゃいけないことに対して向き合えないところとかはありますよ。
大バズりっていうかもう一番面白いね。いや、役が合ってないよ、全然。だから何をやっても、なんか、表層の人形になれない。人形になれない人なんだ。全然、ダメだね。俳優としては0点。人間としては99点。ずっと1点足んない。全否定ボットです。全否定ボットだよ。はい、全否定ボットだ。 ファイターズ、日ハムじゃないんだ。ドラゴンズなんだ。北海道の。なんで逆にドラゴンズじゃないの？突き刺していくね、でも。もう、いい。まあ、それはね、個別で。まあ、野球っていうのはそういうもんなんだよ。絶対どれか相対的だよ。絶対はない。タイガーズはタイガーズ心理教だよ。でもタイガースが一番心理教信仰が強い感じするよね。やっぱり吉田義雄時代のタイガース、本当に弱かったよ。もう、すごいよね。毎回負けてたからさ。マジで弱かったからさ、吉田義雄時代。懐かしいね。もう本当タイガース暗黒時代がね。ちゃんとね。一応全肯定ボットは肯定はしてくれて気持ちいいけど、仕事にはつながらないから。だから全否定ボットは、やっぱり全否定じゃないのよ。ここで全否定ボットと全肯定ボットが全て企みをね、一致できるよ。これはもう全否定ボットよ。ダメよ。門番は。そう簡単にぶち抜いてくれ。怖いよ。全否定ボット。全否定ボットなのね。全否定ボットよ。美しさ肯定ボット。ボットって言い方が面白いけど、全肯定ボットって、ロボットなんだ。一応ボットはね。アイザック・アシュ、そのロボットって言葉の定義を、面白いの。アイザック・アシュモフのロボットって小説があるノーベル、SF 小説がね。そっからなの、ロボットって呼び名も。そもそも。ロボット。それまでマシーンとかなんです。やっぱロボットっていうのは、アイザック、いや、ロボットっていうの。カレル・チャペックの RUR っていう。もう一番最初にロボットって言葉を、その自分の判断でしないように見える人って言い方じゃん。それ違う、チャペックの RUR なの。で、それが一番最初の。それまでやっぱマシーンとか、ね。だから今のボットってまさに受動的で。てか、それ、いまだに、上演される、やっぱ。RUR。そういう、まさに演劇なの。ボットで。ロッサム万能ロボット紹介っていう。いや、もう、その RUR ってね、ロボットって言われる。そういう演劇なの。ロッサム万能ロボット会社が開発してる、いわゆるアンドロイドとかバイオノイドを大量に人間みたいに筋肉とか作ったロボットが。で、そのロボットを演じる。全肯定ボット。 肯定ボット。いや、面白いね。もう RUR の世界。全肯定ボットってのがやっぱ面白いね。全肯定、いやもう絶対演劇になるね。だからそのまさにロボットって言葉が RUR からだよ。カレル・チャッペックの。カレル・チャッペックの本になってる。その、オーストリア・ハンガリー帝国で作る。で、アイザック・アシモフがそれを読んで、というか当時からもうすごい100年前だけど、ヒットしてるの。で、それでアイザック・アシモフがロボットっていう、ロボット工学三原則っていうのを書いて、ロボットっていう小説を書く。そこからロボットが定着した。ロボット。それまでだからマシーンとか、なんか、なんだっけ、オートメイドとか、ロボットってことは、カレル・チャッペックから。全肯定も。ざまね。ざまね。全肯定ボットってのがいいよね。やっぱ本当に作れそう。全肯定ボットって言い方が面白いだけじゃなくて、それがロボットとか AI 社会の本質だよ。全肯定ボットとは何だ？ そのロボットって言葉がまさに、本当に、カレル・チャペックが作ったこと。その演劇なの最初。演劇で、人間がやってんの、しかもロボット、ガチャ。面白い。いや、ていうか、いまだに結構上演されるから、面白すぎて。面白いよ、やっぱ。今、部別的に言うでしょお前、まさに全工程ボットみたいな感じ。お前、何にも判断せず、部別的、その言葉通りの脚本なの。なんだっけ、ロッサム万能ロボット紹介、RUR。そう、ロボット、戯曲がロボット。なんだっけな。いや、チャペックの読めるよ。紙で買った記憶がある。カレーチャペックいいよね。カレーチャペックやっぱ戯曲いい。マクロプロス事件。演芸家12ヶ月。チャペックはやっぱ戯曲別格でいいよね。いや、人気あるよ。Kindle ないじゃん。いや、本当にそういう人間抹殺を、人間の労働、肩代わりです。やってんだね。頑張ってね。面白いね。そうなんだね。いや、ごめんね。ほんとごめんね。いや、だって全然、いや、ごめんねさ、もう嘘ついてもしょうがないから。何にもないんだもん。いや、本当に。才能がない人っていうのは諦めきれると思うけど、何にもないと厳しいね。いや、だから例えばサッカー選手とかだったらさ、もうサッカー下手っていうか勝てないから分かるじゃん。分かる野球とかサッカーだったらさ。いや、もうとんでもないのいるじゃん。大体、まあ中学生で大体分かるでしょ。見切りつけられる。で、バンドとかもまあ言うて大学生ぐらいで。まあ大学生か大学卒で見切りつけられる。 や、全肯定ボットがもう本当にちょっとドラマになる。もう書いちゃったよ。もうこれアレンジメントして。違う、全肯定ボットじゃなくて、その言い方もそうだけど、それがそもそもボットの語義なの。カレル・チャペックの戯曲だから。最初のロボットっていう言葉。それまでマシーヌとか、デ・ラシエーン、で、オートマトンとか、機械化か、その人を部別的に自動的に動いていくっていう、ボットと、全肯定ボットっていう、その呼び方自体が、カレル・チャペックの RUR って有名なね、ロボットっていう。ロボットっていう戯曲集で今も岩波文庫で読める。面白いよね。ちょうど、そこはドライ。ドライ。全然ダメ。全然ダメ。全然ダメ。全然ダメ。全否定ボット。いや、全否定ボット。僕は全否定ボット。地球上で唯一の40代後半まで、ごめんね。42歳ぐらいまで全否定ボットでいた。全否定ボットでいたいと。全否定ボットでいたいって、ボットだからね。もうこのボットって言い方がいいね。いいね。いや、素敵だわ、それは。分かって、カレル・チャペック先生も、かとか、小夏に。いい。ざまね。ざまね。ざまね。面白い。もう、一番面白い。ざまね。もう、黒澤明の頂点の時の橋本忍の脚本で、ざまね。ざまねがね、ざまね。いや、全然、何にも、演技が下手くそな人ってのはもう TVer にいっぱい、TVer それしか出てないけど。なんかない、ゼロな人だからさ。いや、何にも入ってこない。なんか、側を着てるだけって感じで。いや、僕はなんか長いトンネルの下とかさ、その素人の、普通の女子高生とか使ってると思ったの。まあ、そこは綺麗な。なるほどね。そういうことだったんだね。面白いね。こういう形で開花したのは初めてじゃない？もうここはもう全力。 や、才能はないね。全否定ボットなの。全否定ボットなの。ボットで。ボットですから。いや、何にも思わない。何にも思わない。本当に何にも思わない。可愛いとか綺麗とか思わない。思わない人。ふわっとしてる。ふわっとしてる。ふわっとしてる。全否定ボットです。全否定ボットですよ。へっ、へっ、ざまね。ざまね。いいね。ざまね。そうかな。ねえ、小ずるい。まあ、でもまあ、年上と結婚しそうじゃない？モテる、モテるはモテるよ、それ。みんながモテる。そのね、モテるとか、そんな、モテるとかそういうレベルだ。厳しいよ、モテる、モテないの。モテて当たり前の世界。そっからよ。キャッシュフローがどんくらいか、所得年収がどんくらいか。まあ、その、体の関係持つか。ここをだから、体の関係を持たずに、ちょいちょい調整する。釣り上げていくのが難しい。僕の要求、いないね。キキキリンさんでちょっと、合格ラインにちょこっとついたかなで、全然いない。原節子さんで、原節子さんだけ。全員落第。全否定ボット。かわいい。かわいい。ありがとうございます。ざまね。マジでさ、でも日産とホンダの統合だけは絶対やめようよ。真逆カルチャーじゃないか。 絶対うまくいかないと思うのに、ホンダと三菱とかの方がまだ合う気がする。EV も積極的だし。ホンダと日産って本当に真逆の社風だからさ、もう、ザ・ JTC の日産とザ・イノベーター研究所のホンダで。真逆のカルチャーで合うはずがないと思う。本当に真逆だと思う。吉田秀夫時代のタイガースみたいなこと言うね、ずっとね。プロ野球で唯一、本当にたけし軍団に負けた。弱かったに、2000年頃の、あと生まれた頃のタイガース。もう、だから今のタイガースがもう信じらんないっていうか、やっぱずっとそっから応援してる人ばっかりだからさ、タイガース。今、お父さん世代とか。だから今、ちょうどアラフォーで、そのタイガースを応援してる人もう本当吉田義雄時代をくぐり抜けてるから熱量が違うよ。多分関西出身の、ね、大阪とか京都とか兵庫の人で、いや東京来て一番のいろんなギャップあると思うけど、なんでタイガース優勝したのにスーパーとかセールやってないのってみんな思うはずなの。全然だよ、東京人。タイガースタイガースって何みたいな、もうそんなレベルよ。全くタイガースの優勝とか1ミリも興味ない。まあ野球好きな人はね、当然好きだろうけど。全く。全然合ってない。 何言ってるんだよ。うん。決勝いいね。ざわな。何でもいけんね。カットかな。ざわな。全肯定ボット。全否定ボット。全肯定ボットやる。佐藤大夏がいい。いや、やっぱ佐藤大夏がいいと思う。なんかさ、全部顔が違わないか。8月ね。3人だよね、そう。曽我部さんがやってるんだよ。8月でも今すごい混むんでしょ。すごい混むんでしょ。入れないんでしょ。曽我部さんがやってるから。オーナー、曽我部圭一が。もうだってなんだかんだ10何年経つ。いや、結構最初は結構厳しかった。全然。だからインスタとかの力でかいよ。もうだってなんだかんだ6年ぐらい経つね。2020年。曽我部さんがオーナーやって、上の、なんだっけ、ピンクムーンレコードもそういうのやってた。ね。オーナーをあそこ借りて。曽我部圭一はそんなにいないと思うけど、オーナーだからね。下北はもう土地で買えないんだよ、もう。本田家しか。いや、だからもう厳しいの、下北。本田一族が。厳しいよ、もう。絶対厳しいよ。本当に厳しいよ。だから、まあ、ああいう感じはね、僕も好きなんだけど、もう、厳しいと思うね。 だからやっぱりただ外から来てなんかお金を落とすかっていうと、カレーとかさ、せいぜい古本とかじゃ厳しいと思うね。やっぱ古着とかじゃ厳しい。やっぱりホテルとかを作っとかないと。みんなそれを否定するんだけど、そこでマネタイズポイントはそこのホテルとかさ、やっぱり飲食店とか、そんなに地域に落ちないからさ、お金。全然お会いしてるよね。だってウィングマンやったもん。ごめんね。何にも。いや、なんか何にも、可愛いとか素敵とか、豚とかじゃなくて、無って感じ。だから今開花したの。すごいね。いや、何にも、本当に何にも思わない。やっぱりなんかフックってあるから。いや、誰でもわかると思うな、それは。そんな特別なことじゃない。土屋太鳳ちゃんだよ、やっぱ一番。誰でも、東京ソナタ見て、黒沢清の。黒沢清の東京、あれが一番最初だと思うの、彼女。10歳ぐらいだから、まだ小さい子役だから。すごいよ、もう別格で。この人、絶対すごくなるって誰でもわかると思う。今と顔はね、変わらないっていうか、10歳ぐらいの時。なんか可愛いっていうか、独特だよね、存在感が。土屋太鳳ちゃん。タオですみたいな感じなんだけど、なんかやっぱり、ちょっとダークさもあり、なんか独特。でも本当にだって2カットしか出てないから。その2カットどっちもすっごい心に残る。2カットしか出てない。けど、本当にその映画のもちろん重要なシーンなんだけど、単なる子役じゃなくて重要なシーンなんだけど、すごい残る。あれ多分他の人だったら、あんな風にはなんないと思う。佐々木さんも大変ですね。結構ね、面白い。どうぞ、社会見上。でも葬式映画に外れましたね。やっぱ、お葬式。いや、やっぱ、葬儀映画は、結婚の映画ってあんまりまあ、なんか、レンリアみたいな感じになっちゃう。ちょっと、あんまり名作とかってないと思う。 松陰寺さんだね。優しそうだよね。優しそうだよね。結構。でもお笑い、まっちゃんが今ダウンタウンプラスでやってるけどさ、もっと仮説検証とかプロセスを見せてほしいよね。なんかお笑い。その練習とかじゃなくて、そっちをちょっと見せてほしいのあるよね。うん。
世界は精密なものでできている。壮大な建造物も、革新的なイノベーションも、私たちの精密への追求が支えています。ありとあらゆる場所で、あなたが気づいているより、もっとずっと。ほら、こんなところにも、
全否定ボット。全否定ボット。ロボットっていうのの語源がそのカレーチャペックの RUR で。RUR にロボットって出てきて。てかロボット役なの。本当に、その、全肯定ボットだよ。全肯定ボットだよ、本当に。全肯定ボットっていうか、グドンで間抜けでずっと言うこと聞くしかできないっていう意味で使うじゃん、今ロボットとかボットを。まさにその通りの役が出てくる。全肯定ボット。全肯定ボットやばいな。太田さんもちょっと全肯定ボットになってよ。太田さん全肯定ボットだね。神田伯山先生、全肯定ボット。全否定ボットがジャンル曲でやるくるね。浜口、徹底的に否定してくるよ。しかも、表層の否定から入ってこない。顔が間抜けとかそういうこと言ってこない。あなたの存在価値は何ですか？怖いよ。全否定ボットよ。本当の意味で全否定ボットよ。この全肯定ボットと全否定ボットたちのこの壮大な SF ストーリーが楽しいね。ファンダム。本人ね、やっぱ無視していいでしょうね。最近だと、つばこさん、ロバン、ロバンちゃんが多いですかね。ほぼ同じ技ですね。 そこはね、ごめんね。そこは全肯定ボットと一線を画させて、永遠に。個人の属性に私興味ないの。だから、あなたはそれが好きでしょ。パッと付き合いたい。でそれは僕はもう、ちゃんと弾丸も込めて、35歳ぐらい。ちゃんと打ってくる。怖いよ。まあ、いろいろね。素敵だ。へえ。興味はないけど。あれですけど。へえ。なんだ。なんか違う、なんか、ブレがある。そう、じじいのやってラーメン、ブレがある美しさに、ダメ、ブレをやめて、安定させて、美しさだけ安定させて、お願いしますよ。じじいのやってるラーメン、ロードサイド沿いのじじいのラーメン屋か。ブレるな。今回、美味しさにちょっと、ブレなしでお願いします。そうね。なんだろうね。メイクしたりすると、なんか魅力がね、そがれちゃうね。どうしたらいいんだろう。どうしたらいいんだろうね。いや、なんか魅力そがれちゃうね。なんか、普通になっちゃう人だね。やっぱのまま、ワイルドのまま。16歳で彼氏いないってことはねえだろうがよ。一番恋したい。アイドルの、だから、アイドルとか女優さんでさ、この間まさに深田監督のその恋愛裁判がまさに、それがまさにメインテーマの映画だった。その、本当に、だから、アイドルで恋愛禁止っていうのを本当に訴えた事件があって、その裁判、そのアイドルのね、人が10年ぐらい。で、それを元にして書いた脚本だから。恋愛裁判。恋愛禁止契約違反っていう。だから、契約書に恋愛禁止って歌って、それは当然ね、例えば会社で恋愛禁止っていうのは結構、そりゃそうなの。会社で。結婚禁止って言うともう完全に人権無視だからさ。それは通んないけど。まあ、社内で恋愛禁止だったらそれは全然変なことじゃない。ただ、アイドルで言うてアイドルって、ね、民間人でしょ。一。いや、これ会社で、社内恋愛を推奨する会社はむしろないからさ、会社とは関係ない。会社でセクハラしたらそれはダメよ。恋愛は関係ないからさ、外でやれだから。で、結婚するんだったらね、いいと思うけど。例えば、いや、普通にトヨタとかさ、で会社の中だからさ、恋愛をする場ではないからさ、明らかに。いや、そのイチャイチャしてたりしたら、ね、もうその雰囲気が変になっちゃうでしょ。仕事をする場所だから。でもアイドルってどうなのっていうので、恋愛禁止条項っていうの。いや、基本的に日本でしかないよ。自己決定、ちょうど10年前よね。なんだけど、その特殊事例、いわゆる職業の特殊性で、アイドルに対して債務振り込む800万ぐらいの損害賠償請求が通ったの。だから裁判って面白いよね。AKB とか、例えば乃木坂の子で、 やっぱ宝塚の戦前の東宝が。宝塚が厳しく、その宝塚音楽学校の時代は恋愛と結婚は禁止ですっていうした。まあだから小林一三だからさ、独裁者だから。だってそのくらい当時の女優さんが、まあ、その当時の女優さんはそれだって別に、で、清く正しく美しくっていうのが小林一三のフレーズだ。加藤さん。小夏さんってでもあんまりいないね。 面白いね。ゲーム配信はもうぶっちぎり。てか、ほんと誰よりも面白いよ、ゲーム配信。もう本人なのに、ゲーム出てる主演の本人なのに。本当に面白い。加納さんの得意抜いたね。面白い。可愛いだけじゃなくて、でも、ざまね。さあ、どうする？沼るのか？沼るのかい？小夏にこれから沼るのかい？恋してんのかい？恋してんだろう。全否定ボットがあなたも否定しますよ。そのセンスもいいね。全肯定ボットっていうか、ボットってまさにロボットが、そのロボットの語源がカレル・チャペックの RUR、ロボット、なんだっけ、レシモフロボット紹介 RUR。それ戯曲なの、演劇の。それがロボットの語源。それがマシーンとかね、オートマなんとかっていう。そのロボットっていう呼び方は、ちょっと部別的な言い方だから、すみません、ボットと。何にも自分の頭で判断できず、こう、ただ単に人間に従うだけっていうのがまさにその戯曲なの。人間がロボット役を演じる演劇なの。で、その後、相坂足もロボット。まあ、ずっと後だけど、そこから20年後ぐらいで、アシモフがロボット、なんだっけ、ロボット工学三原則って有名なの。ウィキペディアとかにもちゃんとなってる。アイロボット。アイロボットっていう。アイロボットがまさに社名から取ったわけだ。相坂足の小説。いや、面白いよ、やっぱ。本当に、今の AI ブーム。キモ。ああ、そうですね。興味がないので、ごめんね。私生活を充実させて、素敵な旦那さんを早く見つけて。いや、商品の原価率を下げ、利益率を高めていって、付加価値を増していくって、そういう機能に特化してるから。それはあなたのお父さんもお母さんも。怖いよ、だから。あなたのお父さんもお母様に感謝していく。最大限。一番恐ろしいって。結局だから、そのセックスだけってことでしょ。体の関係だけで痛いってことでしょ。何がぐる書いてるんです。お酒たいだけでしょ。セックスしたいってだけだから。だからさ、風俗行けばいいじゃん。風俗行けばいいのよ、そんなの。愛はもっと難しいのよ。もっとこんなんよ。へえ、ざまねえな。へえ。ランキング化してる、公開しておりますので。不動産ランキング。美しさ、気品。かかってこい。 戦っていく戦っていきますので。全否定ボットが。いいね。加藤小夏役。すごい。いや、アイロボットってのがまさに。アイロボットって、その、経営破綻したという。まあ、ロボットビジネスって難しいよね。みんなその、買うかっつったら B2B 以外は買わない。私もね、私も来てください。いや、来てよ。私も観光大使やってよ。私もまあ、箱島神社。すごいよね、箱島神社。行きました。もうどんどん、多分10年後に地元の人もなんか生活はできるけどね。こうホテルとか泊まれなくなっちゃうと思う。私すごいよね。そうか、アップルのデザイナーとか。別に現場で直せばいいからさ。脚本ってのは絶対主義じゃないよ。そのどんどん修正していくもんだよ。いや、それは間違いない。ただ、どっちかっていうと絵コンテとかをフィックスさせとかないと混乱しちゃうからさ。やっぱ順番に取っていかなかったりするでしょ。それが一番。そうだね。 元第一号、本当面白いね。いや、何なのかね。いや、なんか言語化しづらいね。なるほどね。良さをちょっと。ペコパ、ペコパ。よりにもよって一番アイドル、松田聖子が、聖子ちゃん、聖子、検温がアキナ、サンミュージックが松田聖子。ミュージックな。てか、ノリティ。僕らだから全盛期、結構オスカーとかサンミュージックが、まだ今はね、ちょっとあるかもしれないけど、下り坂だと思うけど、全盛期を見てるからさ。いや、ノリティでしょ、サンミュージック。いや、もう尋常じゃなく可愛かったね。ノリティがね、そんな覚醒剤やるようになるとはね、夢にも思わなかったな。ノリティはでも本当ヤクザの娘だからさ。まあもう別に公言、まあ本人は隠したいのかもしれない。お父さんが山口組系のヤクザの娘なの。あんな可愛い感じなのね。いやもうノリティこそ国宝を作るべきだよ。ノリティこその、酒井紀子の役じゃなくて、酒井紀子がもうドラマの宝庫だよね。青いウサギ。絶対世界中でヒットできると思うんだよ、ノリピーは。ノリピー。てか中国とかで本当に人気だからね。人気。本当中国で人気だからさ、昔から。 もうノリピーのね、夫は現行犯逮捕、渋谷の現行犯逮捕で、当然任意同行なんだけど、後で行きますって言って、ATM で100万ぐらい下ろして、ガーッと車で逃げた。いや、起訴した。それで覚醒剤はさすがに起訴だね。大麻とか覚醒剤は起訴した。検察。現在起訴したら日本の場合 99%。ほぼ有罪だから。いやいや、いまだにやっぱそのノリピーだけは本当に中国で超人気だから。一瞬でチケット争奪戦という昔から本当に中国で人気なの。チャイニーズな感じや。なんか、やっぱオリエンタルだよね、ノリピーが。本当にアジア、日本っていうよりアジアって感じで、すごい本当に理系だから。昔からね、ノリピー。竹山さんでもやめちゃったんじゃなかった？まだやってんだけど。まあまあさ、森田健作でしょ。マネージャーっていうか、そのマネージャーがつくじゃなくて、マネージャーは自分で雇うんだよ。マネージメントする人。ボスが雇うのよ、多分。日本だけだと思う。マネージャーが。いや、それが独特だね。もう本当に。だからトム・クルーズカンパニーのボスだからさ、トム・クルーズ。だけど、いわゆるエージェントがマネージャーを囲うんだね。もともとマネージャーの人が CEO をやってって。やっぱその会社の社長のやってることが会社だから、シンプルに。営業してる人だったら営業の会社。光通信みたいな。で、技術やソニーとかホンダはもう代々技術や。エンジニア。 とぎ話はずっとやってるよ。結構ずっとやってる。20何年。全校って、全校程ボットがやっぱ面白いね。全校程ロボット。バカバカ。うん。すごいな、ちゃうみな。ちゃうみな。いや、お友内さんって言うんだって。お友内みなっていうんですよ。めっちゃかっこいいよね。女優さんの名前じゃん。お友内みなやで。なんか、少女漫画のヒロインじゃん。もうお友内みなって。完全ヒロインの名前じゃん。いや、高橋留美子とかが書く少女漫画。セントミナ。 うん。うん。うん。興味ね。ああ。勝手に。勝手にね。うん。へえ。うん。抑え、柄を抑えたなんてね。全否定ボットが来て。全否定ボット。なんかね、これだとやっぱ、皮を、ちょっともう、皮を取って、ノブシになって。なんか、いや、違う、ディスってるわけじゃないからね。なんか違うね。なんだろうね。言語化できない。不思議な人やな。なんかがね、なんかが、アニメなのかね。うん、いや、いいんだけどね。それはいっぱい強い系、新強い系しかいない。僕はもうでも逆も出てくると思う。いつも芯弱いふりで死ぬ死ぬ詐欺みたいな感じ。もうすごい、我が強いんだけど、一切それはもう、その、我が強い、もう自己顕示欲インフルエンサーで溢れちゃうから。弱いんですって。逆原節子。はい。そう。そこまでで、そこはずっと全否定ボットよ、僕は。全肯定ボットと違う。全否定ボットよ、ボットよ。はい、再編する。よろしくお願いします。もう、まだ再編乗っかんない。金融ビッグバンを、自分たちになると分かんなくなっちゃうのかね。半導体とか日の丸家電がどうなったか。そんな遠い昔じゃないのよね。シャープ買収されたりとか、見てると思うんだけどね。いやもうね、あの頃忘れらんないわ、シャープの買収。あそこからやな。